Chapter 103. Mo Jingqi was also caught off guard by this sudden change. Noble consort Lu looked at Yi Li's figure, her eyes revealing a trace of admiration. I think Princess Ding has a good chance of winning. The Empress also knew that although noble consort Lu was born in a family of civil officials, she was a rare woman who was both civil and military. She asked curiously, Noble consort, do you think Princess Ding will win? Noble consort Lu said, this Princess Lingyun is not as bold as she appears. In that case, let's do as Princess Ding says. Mo Jingqi stood up. One arrow to determine the winner. If you miss or dodge, you lose. Let's begin. The Imperial Garden suddenly fell into silence. The eunuch who acted as the host stood in the middle of the two and screamed, Princess consort, please get ready. Then he quickly walked out of the field. The two drew their bows at the same time. What was surprising was that the elegant and graceful Princess Ding did not seem to have much difficulty pulling the bow. 2. Princess Lingyun pulled the bow to the extreme, aiming the arrow at the woman opposite her. She had absolute confidence that as long as she shot this arrow, this Princess Ding who overestimated herself would definitely die. As long as she shot this arrow. Suddenly, Princess Lingyun's hand that held the arrow trembled slightly. She clearly saw the eyes of the woman opposite her. The eyes as cold as snow made her heart fall into an ice cellar in an instant. In Princess Lingyun's eyes, Yi Li seemed to have changed into another person. Her whole body was filled with an unstoppable murderous aura and confidence that she would definitely succeed in one shot. She only looked at her calmly, as if she did not care about the arrow aimed at her at all. It was as if she was certain that the arrow would not hit her at all. The more she thought about it, the more Princess Lingyun's eyes involuntarily looked at the tip of Yi Li's arrow. With some despair, she found that if she did not dodge, even if Yi Li was a novice, that arrow would definitely hit her. Princess Lingyun's forehead was already sweating profusely. Yi Li calmly enjoyed the feeling of the bow and arrow in her hands. Although it still wasn't as smooth as the sniper rifle she had been using for so many years, this was her first time in this world having a shooting duel. Even if it was just teasing a little girl, she still couldn't help but feel a little happier and happier. Looking in the direction of the arrow, he could clearly see the unconcealable fear in Princess Lingyun's eyes. His lips curled into a faint smile. Almost everyone held their breaths as they waited for the final moment to arrive. Lei Tingfing stared intently at Princess Lingyun. Because of the direction, he couldn't see Yi Li's face, but from her posture, he could tell that Yi Li wasn't familiar with this kind of bow. With Ling Yun's ability, she should have a 90% chance of winning. Why was she so nervous? Mo Xiaoyao calmly sat in his wheelchair. His hands rested on the armrests, but if someone looked closely, they would discover that there was something hidden under his right hand. His gaze also fell on Princess Lingyun, but it wasn't on Princess Lingyun's face. It was on the tip of her arrow. I won't lose. Princess Lingyun tried her best not to look at Yi Li's arrow. She secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and kept encouraging herself in her heart. But her eyes kept unconsciously drifting to Yi Li's arrow. 3. A sharp sound rang in her ears. Lingyun could clearly see Yi Li's smile deepen. Her hand pulled back on the bow, preparing to release the arrow. She had already pulled the bowstring to the maximum and released it out of reflex. Whoosh! The arrow brushed past Yi Li's shoulder and landed not far behind her. How could this be? Princess Lingyun was stunned. What was even more shocking was that Yi Li hadn't released the arrow and she had already lost her chance. She stared blankly at Yi Li's smiling face. She could clearly see that she was silently smiling at her. It's my turn. She could clearly see that there was no smile in that smiling face. There was only coldness and killing intent that was colder than the tip of the arrow. She saw Yi Li slowly pull the bowstring to the limit and release the arrow. Whoosh, no. Ling Yun suddenly screamed. She didn't even care about her image as she hugged her head and squatted on the ground. The arrow stabbed into the ground one step away from her. Princess Ling Yun stared blankly at the faintly swaying arrow in front of her. Suddenly, she burst into tears. Everyone exchanged glances. Yi Li leisurely put down the bow in her hands. She smiled at Princess Ling Yun and said, "Princess, actually, my hand is very sore. You don't have to worry that I'll shoot you." You. Princess Ling Yun cried so hard that her snot couldn't form a sound. She pointed at Yi Li but couldn't speak for a long time. Yi Li smiled at her. She only felt that all the depression she had suffered today was released in an instant. Sure enough, teaching a disobedient brat was the best way to put him in a good mood. Good. Mo Jingqi clapped his hands and smiled. This competition will definitely be won by the princess consort. What does the heir think? Lei Tingfing's expression was complicated as he looked at the smiling woman not far away. He stood up and said, "The princess consort is indeed a woman who doesn't lose to men. This one is sincerely convinced. Naturally, the princess consort wins." Ling Yun kneeled down and apologized to the princess consort. Lei Tingfing made a prompt decision and said to Princess Ling Yun. Yi Li's request was to apologize in front of all the officials at the palace banquet. However, Lei Tingfing directly cut off the second half of her sentence and had Ling Yun immediately apologize. This would make people feel that the Xiling princess dared to admit what she had done. Moreover, Ling Yun was crying so miserably right now, it would make people sympathize with her. When it came to the palace banquet at night, everyone would tactfully not mention this matter again. However, if it was dragged to the palace banquet, the news of Ling Yun losing to the princess consort would have spread throughout the palace. After everyone gossiped for a while, their evaluation of Ling Yun would be even lower. Even if Ling Yun kneeled down and apologized, no one would have a good impression of her. More importantly, it would affect his actions later. Kneel. Princess Ling Yun's face turned white. She never would have thought that she would lose to a weak Eastern Chu girl in the field she was most proud of. Thinking of the promise she had made in the heat of the moment, it was too late to regret it now. She looked at Lei Tingfing for help, but all she received was Lei Tingfing's warning gaze. Looking at the surrounding people, the Eastern Chu emperor, empress, concubines, ministers, and noblewomen, as well as the Nanzhao envoy and princess. Princess Ling Yun knew that if she really kneeled down, her reputation would be completely ruined. There's no need to kneel. Princess only needs to apologize to this consort. Yi Li suddenly spoke. Princess Ling Yun was stunned. She finally understood that there was no benefit in continuing to cause trouble. She was weak in Eastern Chu and her royal brother was not willing to help her. She could not beat this Princess Ding at all. Gritting her teeth, Princess Ling Yun slightly bowed and said, "It was Ling Yun who was insensible and offended Princess Ding. Princess Ding, please forgive this offense." Yi Li nodded with a faint smile and said, "Princess is a guest, there is no need to take it to heart." After saying this, she turned around and ignored Princess Ling Yun, walking towards Mo Xiuyao. Mo Xiuyao lowered his eyes and the thing under his right hand disappeared. He then raised his head to look at Yi Li in front of him. Although Yi Li's expression was as gentle and indifferent as usual, Mo Xiuyao was certain that he saw a different light in her eyes. Chapter 104. Lei Tingfing cupped his hands towards Yi Li, silently expressing his thanks. Yi Li nodded slightly, sitting down beside Mo Xiuyao. She tried her best to ignore the gazes from all around her. Princess Ling Yun returned to Lei Tingfing's side in a daze, no longer in the mood to find trouble with Yi Li. Feeling Mo Xiuyao's gaze on her, Yi Li raised her head, asking in confusion, "What's wrong?" Mo Xiaoyao calmly said, "It was very dangerous just now. If it wasn't for the fact that Princess Ling Yun's mind was unstable, if it was any other ordinary archer, that arrow would have directly hit Yi Li's body. At best, it would have resulted in both sides suffering heavy injuries." Yi Li shook her head, shrugging her shoulders and smiling. "There won't be any danger. If not for Princess Ling Yun, I wouldn't have competed with her in archery." The reason why she chose archery was because she knew that Princess Ling Yun's mind was not enough to compete with a sniper, even if it was only for a short moment. Even though she was born in the palace, the arrogant and willful little princess was protected. There was no way she could maintain a calm standard in front of her. Of course, if Princess Ling Yun's hand really did not tremble and directly shot the arrow at her, she had other ways to deal with it. Besides, Prince won't let anything happen to me, right? Seeing Mo Xiaoyao's disapproving gaze, Yi Li smiled faintly. Mo Xiaoyao was startled, nodding lightly. "You're right. If Princess Ling Yun's arrow had not missed, he would not have let that arrow land on Li's body." "Princess Ding, have you learned archery before?" Mo Jingqi asked in a clear voice from the main seat. Yi Li stood up, replying respectfully, "Reporting to your majesty, I haven't. It's just that when I went to uncle's house, brother taught me for fun. I've never studied it seriously." Mo Jingqi smiled meaningfully. Yi Li was able to win against Princess Ling Yun, who had studied for many years, even though she had never studied seriously. Her talent and intelligence were both very good. Mo Jingqi held noble consort Lu in his arms and said with a smile, "It seems that Princess Ding and my beloved consort are both extraordinary women skilled in both pen and sword." Noble consort Lu replied lightly, "You're right, your majesty." After sending off the emperor, empress, and Gue Fei, Yi Li was too lazy to pay attention to the people who came up to compliment or test her. Together with Mo Xiaoyao, she found a quiet place to rest in the imperial garden. Most people were tactful enough to not disturb the couple, but there were always one or two exceptions. After rejecting the palace maid sent by Yi Jiaoyi to invite her to the small gathering, Yi Li looked at Mo Xiaoyao who had been staring at her. She smiled and said, "Prince, what's wrong?" Mo Xiaoyao held the teacup in one hand, casually playing with it. He said, "Li is very talented in martial arts. It seems that her foundation is also good." Yi Li did not mind that her skills were known by Mo Xiaoyao. Mo Xiaoyao was a very cautious and seemingly gentle person, but he was very guarded. It was almost impossible for her not to be known by him after living in the same manner for a long time. Yi Li did not plan to hide it. She needed space to train herself, and even learn more powerful things to strengthen her abilities. Meeting Mo Xiaoyao's eyes, Yi Li smiled innocently. If Prince thinks it's not bad, then it should be really not bad. Mo Xiaoyao clearly did not intend to get to the bottom of the matter. He smiled and shook his head. "If Li likes, there are some martial arts manuals in the study. You can take them to read." Seeing Yi Li's eyes light up at his words, Mo Xiaoyao continued with a smile, "Since Li says she doesn't know swordsmanship, I can find someone to teach Li. Is that really okay? The better Li can protect herself, the more assured I will be." "Why not?" Mo Xiaoyao said with a smile. Yi Li instantly felt that marrying a wealthy, understanding, and open-minded husband was too fortunate. "Great, thank you," Yi Li said with a smile. Mo Xiaoyao shook his head lightly. "We are family. If you need anything, you can tell me directly. There is no need to thank me." Seeing the sincere smile on Yi Li's face that he had never seen before, Mo Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel that finding someone to teach Li swordsmanship was not a bad idea. The palace banquet in the evening proceeded in a strange atmosphere. When Yi Li and Mo Xiaoyao entered the hall together, all eyes in the hall immediately focused on her. Clearly, the competition in the imperial garden in the afternoon had caused Yi Li to be in the limelight. In just one short afternoon, not only had the officials in the imperial garden appeared, but everyone at the banquet had heard of what had happened in the afternoon. Seeing Murong Ting winking at her while sitting with Qin Jing and Su Qingfeng's undisguised praise, Yili had no doubt that this matter had spread throughout the capital. But she didn't know how it would spread. Would they say that Princess Ding was skilled in both the pen and the sword, or that Princess Ding was so valiant that she scared the arrogant Princess of Xiling to tears? Thinking of the latter possibility, Yili couldn't help but lower her head and laugh. The so-called palace banquet was nothing more than good wine and food, singing and dancing to celebrate peace. Yili listlessly listened to the polite exchanges between the emperor and the foreign envoys, or the whispers of the officials at the side. She saw some dishes that she liked to eat. In any case, she could not expect to be full from the food at this banquet. She could just wait until she returned to the food to eat a midnight snack. Until a bright red dress appeared in the middle of the singing and dancing in the hall, Yili looked at the beautiful dancing in the hall with some surprise. She tilted her head and asked, "Why is Yaoji here?" Mo Xiuyao chuckled softly and said, "They must have specially invited her to perform in the palace. Yaoji was born in the musical house and her dancing skills are the best in the capital. Last year at the Empress Dowager's birthday, she was specially invited to perform in the palace." Yili raised her eyebrows and asked, "Prince, what do you think?" Mo Xiuyao said, "Of course it's good. What do you think, Li?" Yili looked back for a long time and nodded, "It's indeed good." She had heard of Yaoji's reputation. It could be said that she was a wonderful woman in the capital. She was born in the musical house and amazed the capital with her zither skills and dancing skills. She became the owner of the #1 brothel in the capital before the age of 25. She had contacts with many dignitaries in the capital. It was said that Mu Yang, the heir of Marquis Mu Yang, was her guest. Young Master Feng San also called her a friend. Since ancient times, only such a woman could live in such a carefree and unrestrained manner in such an era. The dance of the #1 prostitute in the capital was naturally amazing. At a glance, at least 70% of the men present showed a covetous look. And the women also showed a look of jealousy and resentment. Naturally, there were also people who looked at him with pure admiration, but only a very small number of people. After the dance, Yaoji quickly disappeared outside the hall, leaving only a touch of fragrance that made people reluctant to leave. Looking at the bustling people in the hall with different expressions, Yili only felt more bored. After telling Mo Xiuyao that she wanted to go out to get some fresh air, Yili quietly left the hall with Qing Wan and Qing Shuang. The night wind outside the hall blew gently, gradually dispersing the smell of rouge and wine from the hall. Yili took a deep breath. Ignoring the music in the hall, the imperial palace was exceptionally quiet at night. Walking slowly on the quiet path, Yili's restless mood gradually calmed down. When she was about to sit in the pavilion in front, a strange palace maid blocked their way. "Greetings, Princess Ding." Chapter 105. Qing Wan stood in front of Yili vigilantly and asked, "Who are you?" The palace maid bowed and said, "This servant is Yi Zhaoyi's palace maid. Yi Zhaoyi invites Ding Wang Fei to Yaohua Palace for a chat." Yi Yu was pregnant, so she did not attend the banquet in the evening. In the afternoon, she sent a palace maid to invite, but Yili declined her invitation on the spot. Yili naturally knew Yi Yu's thoughts, but even if they were sisters, she did not intend to let Yi Yu and the Yi family use her. The main reason was that Yi Yu's plans and ideas were too unreliable. If she was careful and knew her place, she might be able to give birth to the child safely and have someone to rely on in the future. Even if she had only seen her a few times, Yili still felt that the pregnant Yi Yu was not as pampered as the Yi family thought. "This consort is a little tired today. Tell Yi Zhaoyi that if there is anything, this consort will go to the palace to pay respects in 2 days and then talk with her. Let's forget about it today. The palace maid looked a little anxious and said, "Forgive me, Wang Fei. Joey Nyang Nyang does have something urgent to discuss with Wang Fei." Yili said lightly, "Even if there is something urgent, I'm afraid it's useless to discuss it with this consort. By the way, Yi Zhaoyi's mother, Wang Furen, is also in the hall at this time. Why don't this consort ask someone to help you invite her out? What do you think?" Wang Fei, Joey Nyang Nyang only asks Wang Fei to go and have an audience. The palace maid said. When she said the word, have an audience, there was a hint of coercion. Yi Li's face sank, and she sneered and said indifferently, "I don't know that a Zhaoyi needs I to go and have an audience with her in the middle of the night." The word, have an audience, was emphasized. The status of Ding Wang Fei was very honorable. Even in the palace, she only needed to bow to the Empress and Empress Dowager. The Gui Fei only received half a bow. Not to mention a mere Zhaoyi. If they really met, Yi Yu would have to bow to Yili to show respect to the Ding Wang Fu. This. Nubi misspoke, Wang Fei, please forgive me. Yi Zhaoyi does have an urgent matter. Please, Wang Fei, for the sake of Zhaoyi's sister, go there. Yili looked suspiciously at the palace maid and slowly said, "Speaking of which, this consort has been to Yaohua Palace before. You seem a little unfamiliar." The palace maid forced a smile and said, "This servant's appearance is average. Wang Fei might not remember me." Yili shook her head and said, "That's not right. This consort is sure that you are not one of Yi Zhaoyi's 6 senior palace maids and 8 palace maids in the inner palace. Is it possible that Yi Zhaoyi will send a sweeping maid to invite this consort?" The palace maid panicked and turned to leave. Yili winked at Qing Wan. Qing Wan stepped forward and effortlessly gave her a chop on the back of her neck. The palace maid's body went limp and fell to the ground. Princess consort. Qing Yu frowned and looked up at Yili, waiting for instructions. Yili frowned slightly and suddenly turned to look at the flowers on the side of the road. "Who is it?" "Princess Ding." A slender figure came out. Under the moonlight, the enchanting face added a sense of calmness. "Miss Yaoji." Yili said, "Why are you here?" Yaoji smiled sweetly and said, "I don't dare to call myself Mississippi Princess Ding can call me Yaoji." Yaoji came forward and glanced at the palace maid who was unconscious on the ground. She raised her eyebrows and smiled, "Princess Ding, this is." Yili smiled and said, "Didn't Miss Yaoji hear it just now?" "It's nothing. There are always a few strange things in the palace." She waved her hand and a black shadow appeared behind Yili like a ghost. "Princess consort." Yili pointed to the palace maid on the ground and said, "Take her away. Don't scare her." The black shadow nimbly picked her up and disappeared into the night after a few leaps. "I heard from Feng San that Princess Ding is straightforward. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation." Yaoji smiled and said, "Young Master Feng San has mentioned me to Miss." She remembered that she wasn't familiar with the famous young Master Feng San. Yaoji covered her mouth and smiled, her eyes shining. "Feng San has a high opinion of Princess Consort. Yaoji has always admired his taste. It is a blessing of 3 lifetimes to see Princess Consort today." Yili lowered her eyes and smiled. "It is Yaoji's fortune to see Miss Yaoji dance. I will keep what happened just now a secret for Princess Consort." Yaoji blinked her eyes and asked with a bit of naughtiness on her enchanting face. Yili smiled and said, "Thank you. Why is Miss still here so late?" Yaoji sighed helplessly and said, "Some people and things are too annoying. I just want to find a place to hide. I didn't think I would be fated to meet Princess Consort." Yili understood. Yaoji was beautiful and skilled. There must be many people present who were lustful. But those who dared to pester in the imperial palace weren't simple characters. How about I send someone to escort Miss out of the palace? Yaoji showed a grateful expression and said, "Thank you, Princess Consort. It's nothing." Turning back to give some orders to Qingyu, Yili bid farewell to Yaoji and returned to the hall filled with singing and dancing. Mo Xiaoyao saw her return and gave her a questioning look. Yili shook her head to express her helplessness. Walking to Mo Xiaoyao's side, she sat down and told him about what happened in the imperial garden in a low voice. Mo Xiaoyao nodded and said, "I will send someone to investigate later. Li should stay with me tonight." Yili nodded indifferently. Only then did she realize that the atmosphere in the hall seemed to be stranger than when she left. The original singing and dancing had long stopped. Everyone's eyes were faintly looking in the direction of the envoys from West Hill and Nanzhao. Even Yili's quiet entrance didn't attract much attention. Hua Tianxiang gave Yili a strange smile and pointed her chin in the direction of West Hill. Yili looked over and saw that Princess Lingyun of West Hill was crying with red eyes. Today was obviously not Princess Lingyun's lucky day. She was crying again after such a short time. "What's wrong?" Yili asked in a low voice. Mo Xiaoyao smiled coldly and said, "The Crown Prince of Genom of Gojoseon said that West Hill and Dechu State wanted to marry." Before he finished, Princess Lingyun objected. In the end, the emperor agreed to marry West Hill, but Princess Lingyun wouldn't enter the palace. And then Nanzhao sent the king of Nanzhao's letter of credence, expressing his willingness to marry Princess Xixia into Dechu State. The emperor's meaning is for Princess Xixia to enter the palace and Princess Lingyun to Prince Li. Yili quickly glanced at Yi Ying, who was sitting beside Mo Jingli. As expected, she was staring at Princess Lingyun with a dark expression. On Nanzhao's side, Princess Xixia's expression was also very ugly. Mo Jingli's expression was also clearly ugly. He gloomily stared at the aggrieved Princess Lingyun. Yili looked thoughtfully at Mo Jingqi, who was clearly very satisfied with her arrangements. For a moment, she didn't understand what the emperor was planning. Was it purely because Princess Lingyun had angered him that he was marrying her to Prince Li? But Princess Xixia had been in the Chu capital for several months. It was impossible that Mo Jingqi didn't know about the rumors about Princess Xixia and Mo Jingli. Chapter 106. The emperor will not allow Jingli to have any contact with Nanzhao. Even without Princess Lingyun, the emperor will not marry Princess Xixia to him. Seeming to understand Yili's doubts, Mo Xiaoyao said faintly beside her, "Nanzhao is mostly barbarians. It is said that the country is small and the people are weak, but their customs are extremely valiant. It is only because there are too few people that it is difficult for them to have any influence." Yili said softly, "The emperor does not wish for Li Wang to have any relationship with Nanzhao. But Shi Ling seems to be more powerful than Nanzhao." Mo Xiaoyao laughed softly, "Shi Ling and the Dechu state are enemies. Unless Mo Jingli commits treason, Shi Ling will not give him any benefits. Besides, the emperor does not wish for a prince with Shi Ling blood to appear among the imperial heirs." Yili suddenly understood and looked sympathetically at Mo Jingli. It seems that this younger brother of the emperor did not make his older brother the emperor feel at ease. Mo Xiaoyao laughed softly, "Li, your heart is too soft. There has never been a person without ambition in the imperial family." Yili was startled and carefully considered Mo Xiaoyao's words. Looking at Mo Jingli, her gaze became more thoughtful. But, did Mo Jingli's brain really have the ability to think of such a complicated matter? Or was he pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Returning to the Ding Palace, Yili couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Spending half a day in the palace was more tiring than spending a month in total. After bidding farewell to Mo Xiaoyao, Yili returned to her own courtyard. Mother Lin and Mother Wei immediately led people to welcome her. It was clear that what happened in the palace in the afternoon had already been sent back to the palace. The two mother servants worriedly scanned Yili from head to toe. Only after confirming that she was safe and sound did they relax. Yili had no choice but to ask for a midnight snack to fill her stomach. Mother Lin waved her hand and had someone bring over a bowl of chicken porridge that had obviously been prepared earlier. Yili looked at the chicken porridge in front of her, which was enough for 3 people. Nanny, although I am very hungry, I can't eat so much all of a sudden. Wei Mama glanced at her with dissatisfaction and said, Princess, do you think you are the only one who is hungry? Yili blinked blankly. Qing Wan and the others had already gone down to eat. Wei Mama's face was full of disappointment as she stuffed the chicken porridge and the tray into her hands, saying, Prince has gone to the study. Wang Fei should send it over to eat with the prince. There's no need for that. I'll get someone to pass it to Ah Jean. My lady. Mother Lin sternly stared at Yili and said, You are Prince's wife. How can you let someone else do something like delivering supper? Did Furen forget to call you a wife when you were in the Su family? Seeing Mother Lin's expression that was about to lecture her, Yili hurriedly picked up the porridge and said, Nanny, I know. I'll send it over to Prince. Without waiting for Mother Lin to respond, she ran out with the chicken porridge. Yili felt that she had been wronged. The 2 nannies were very naggy, but compared to the nanny, Yili was more afraid of this Mother Lin who followed her mother. As long as she opened her mouth, she would quote the classics, explain the reasons, and lower her head to admit her mistake. A normal person would not be able to withstand this kind of verbal and mental attack. Helplessly, she walked in the corridors of the Wang Fu with the midnight snack. The Yahuan behind her also tactfully followed at a distance that was not too far or too close. Mo Xiaoyao still lived in the courtyard he lived in before the wedding, right next to Yili's courtyard. So before Yili could finish cursing in her heart, she was already standing outside Mo Xiaoyao's study. Just as she was about to knock, Mo Xiaoyao's voice came from inside, Is it Li? Come in. Pushing the door open, Mo Xiaoyao was writing something under the candlelight. Seeing Yili come in, he raised his head to look at her and asked, Why haven't you rested yet? Yili walked over and put the things in her hands to the side, asking, Did I disturb you? Mo Xiaoyao shook his head. Looking at the things on the table, he raised an eyebrow and smiled, You came to deliver the midnight snack. For some reason, Yili's face became slightly hot. She pretended to be calm and asked, What? I can't deliver the midnight snack to you. Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and put down the pen in his hands, smiling, I'm just curious why Li would take the initiative to deliver the midnight snack to me. And, no wonder no one thought to send me food even though I've been back for so long. As expected, after marrying a Wang Fei, other people don't care. Yili helplessly rolled her eyes at him and said, Are you going to eat or not? Mo Xiaoyao nodded, Wang Fei personally delivered it, how can I not eat? The 2 sat down at the table. Yili took 2 bowls and poured a bowl of porridge for each of them. She first handed a bowl to Mo Xiaoyao. Even though the 2 of them had eaten together almost every day, it was the first time they ate the midnight snack together. As they ate the porridge, Mo Xiaoyao thought and said, If you don't have anything to do tomorrow, how about accompanying me to see Dassault? Yili nodded and said, It's been so long, we should go see Dassault. I hope Dassault won't blame us. Mo Xiaoyao shook his head, Dassault won't care about this. Do I need to prepare anything? Yili asked. Mo Xiaoyao shook his head, We're just going to see Dassault. Thinking about that sister-in-law she had never met, Yili could only sigh inside. For a woman at her most beautiful age to let her life wither away, it really made people sigh. How did you deal with the palace maid tonight? Thinking, Yili asked about the palace maid who had blocked the way in the palace. Mo Xiaoyao said with a frown, that wasn't a palace maid. She wasn't. Yili was shocked. When had the imperial palace become a place where outsiders could come and go as they pleased? Was the emperor able to sleep at night? Mo Xiaoyao said with a smile, she wasn't a palace maid registered in the palace, but that doesn't mean she isn't a member of the palace. There are some capable people in the palace who always have a few hidden cards in their hands. But that palace maid didn't seem to have any outstanding areas. Mo Xiaoyao said faintly, sometimes, it's people like this who don't have any outstanding areas that are the trump cards. Can't you find out who she is? She's a death warrior. Mo Xiaoyao said. Yili understood. If a death warrior failed the mission, they would die, so naturally, she couldn't find out anything. But those who can have such a death warrior in the palace don't know. So, Li, if you must enter the palace in the future, remember to be careful. I know. Yili nodded. She also didn't have the hobby of seeking death. The previous Princess Ding Wenshi didn't live in the Ding King's residence. As early as the second year after Mo Xiuwen's death, Wenshi moved to the Wuyuan nunnery outside the city to cultivate. Mo Xiuwen's 2 concubines also moved with her. Ever since she moved to the Wuyuan nunnery, other than the anniversary of Mo Xiuwen's death every year, Wenshi had never returned to the Ding King's residence. In the past few years, Mo Xiaoyao had also been in seclusion because of many reasons, so although he respected this sister-in-law, he wasn't familiar with her. Because she had obtained Mo Xiaoyao's approval, Yili woke up early to do some training openly. Then, she accompanied Mo Xiaoyao to have breakfast together. Both of them then took a carriage to the Wuyuan nunnery outside the city. Chapter 107. Wuyu Nunnery was located on a beautiful hill on the outskirts of the capital. It was also the family temple of the Ding Kingdom. Therefore, there were no pilgrims or tourists who came to offer incense. It was very peaceful and pleasant on the way. As soon as they entered the nunnery, they could smell the lingering scent of sandalwood in the air. Yili wrinkled her nose as she was not used to it. Mo Xiaoyao looked at her, what's wrong? Yili was a little embarrassed as she whispered, I don't believe in Buddha. If she went in later, she could not decide whether to pray or not. It was meaningless for a person who did not believe to pray in front of Buddha. It would not be polite in other people's eyes. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly, no wonder I have never seen Li go out of the capital to offer incense. In the Chu capital, regardless of whether it was a young lady from a noble family or a pretty girl from a small family, they loved to go to the big temples and nunneries in the capital to offer incense or ask for lots. Some asked for everything to go smoothly, some asked for their husband. But it seemed that they had never heard of the Yi family's third young lady going to the temple to ask for lots to offer incense. Yili lowered her eyebrows and said, since I don't believe in Buddha, how can I ask for his protection? If Buddha is really spiritual, how can she be so busy with so many good men and women? Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and looked at Yili with a smile, so, Li still believes in herself more? Yili raised her head and smiled brightly, if I can't even believe in myself, who else can I believe in this world? Mo Xiaoyao nodded in agreement, good, I also don't believe in Buddha. Li can do as she pleases. Not long after, a little nun came out from inside to bring the two of them in. Wenshi was a very gentle woman. Although her appearance was not very outstanding, the calm and peaceful expression between her eyebrows added a unique flavor to her appearance. Even the gray monk robe could not hide the gentleness and grace of a scholarly family. Seeing the two of them come in, her calm eyes did not have any ripples. It was obvious that her heart was as still as water, or it could be said that her heart was withered. Xiaoyao greet sister-in-law, Mo Xiaoyao pulls Yili forward and says to Wen, "Sister-in-law, this is Li." Yili went forward and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, sister-in-law." Wen Shi's gaze fell on Mo Xiaoyao's wheelchair and face, and then quickly turned to Yili. A trace of sadness flashed through her calm eyes. She said softly, "Forget it. Sister-in-law, come and have a seat." Yili thanked Madame Wen and sat down beside her. Madame Wen pulled her to have a look. She picked up an old brocade box and handed it to her. She said, "My sister-in-law is not a worldly person. I don't have a gift for you. This was given to me by Prince, your eldest brother, when I had just married into the Ding King's manor. He said that it was left behind by his imperial mother. Keep it." This. Although the brocade box looked old, its surface was very smooth. It could be seen that someone often took it out to wipe it. This should be a souvenir that Wen Shi kept. Madame Wen smiled faintly and shook her head. "Keep it. I don't need these now." Yili no longer refused. She put away the brocade box and said, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Madame Wen looked at Yili and said, "Your eldest brother only has Erdi as a brother. As a sister-in-law, I am of no use. In the future, sister-in-law and Erdi need to support each other and live a good life." Yili understood that Madame Wen was talking about the change in the Ding King's manor. She did not stay in the Ding King's manor to manage the affairs for Mo Xiaoyao. Instead, she left the seriously injured and disabled Mo Xiaoyao and left the manor to cultivate. Yili did not think that Madame Wen was wrong. At that time, she was a girl who was not even 20 years old. She was not even a girl that could be cultivated by a noble family. When her husband suddenly passed away and the only bloodline in the manor was seriously injured and disabled, a woman who was not strong enough could not support the entire Ding King's manor. "Thank you, sister-in-law, for your teachings." Yili nodded. She glanced at Mo Xiaoyao and said softly, "Since I am married to the prince, we will share honor and disgrace in the future." "Good. Then I am relieved." Madame Wen nodded with relief. Yili frowned. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sister-in-law, you must be lonely living here alone. I don't know if you should return to the manor. It is not inappropriate for sister-in-law to cultivate in the manor." Madame Wen shook her head and said, "I am used to the peace here. I will not be used to going back." Yili persuaded again and again, but Madame Wen refused. She had no choice but to give up. After talking for a while, Madame Wen asked the two to stay for lunch. She said that she wanted to copy scriptures and asked Mo Xiaoyao to take Yili to walk around. Although Wuyuan Nunnery was a family temple, it was not small. Yili pushed Mo Xiaoyao through the quiet bamboo forest behind the nunnery. Because of Madame Wen, her mood was inevitably heavy. "Li, if it were you, you would not be like sister-in-law, right?" After a long time, Mo Xiaoyao asked in a low voice. Yili nodded. She suddenly remembered that Mo Xiaoyao could not see her movements and said, "I won't. I will try my best to live a better life." Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, "That is good. Sister-in-law is actually not suitable to be the king's princess consort. Our Mo family has wronged her. If it were not for the fact that elder brother wanted to avoid Mo Jingqi's suspicion, perhaps he would not have chosen Madame Wen, who was born in an ordinary scholarly family." Yili thought for a moment and said, "Perhaps sister-in-law does not regret it." Every time Madame Wen mentioned her husband, Yili could see a faint gentleness and reminiscence in her calm eyes. Perhaps Mo Xiaowen had chosen her for the king's mansion, but Madame Wen might have feelings for Mo Xiaowen, or Mo Xiaowen might have feelings for Madame Wen. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and said, "The king's mansion has never given her a chance to regret it. The Chu state did not forbid women who had lost their fathers from remarrying, but it was not so easy for widows in the king's mansion to remarry. Without enough courage to face the world, Madame Wen could not even think of making herself regret. But, Li, I allow you to regret it. Prince, tell me honestly, if you die, can I remarry? Yi Li raised her brows and asked. Mo Xiuyao did not object and nodded. And that is what I meant. Yi Li looked at the sky and rolled her eyes at a place where Mo Xiuyao could not see. A wave of anger that came out of nowhere made her laugh coldly. Then, does Prince want to die early, or do you want to die early? She raised her brows at her strange words. Mo Xiuyao smiled. I still want to die peacefully. Really? That's not good news. Move aside. Before Yi Li could finish her sentence, Mo Xiuyao suddenly turned and pushed Yi Li away. Swoosh. 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 A burst of sound pierced through the air and 3 diamond-shaped darts that emitted a cold blue light were nailed to the bamboo beside Yi Li. Since you're here, why don't you come out and meet me? Mo Xiuyao lowered his eyes and stared at the hand that was placed on the wheelchair armrest. Ha! Mo Xiuyao, you're finally willing to come out of the king's mansion. I thought you would hide inside for the rest of your life and not dare to come out to meet people. A presumptuous laugh sounded and a tall figure appeared in the bamboo forest. Soon, a group of black-clothed people surrounded the 3 people in the middle. Mo Xiuyao raised his head and looked at the person who came. The smile on his lips was as cold as snow. Do you dare to take off the veil on your face and say it again? Chapter 108. The incomer's laughter suddenly stopped. His gray eyes suddenly contracted. He snorted softly and turned to look at Yi Li standing at the side. This is Princess Ding. Yes, sir. I have not asked for your guidance, Yi Li said with a nod. Such courage, the man praised. He seemed to look regretfully at Yi Li and said, such a pity, Mo Xiuyao, with such a woman buried with you, you should have no regrets, right? The man clearly did not want to waste words. He waved his hand and the frowning men in black immediately surrounded them. Take Wang Fei away first, Mo Xiuyao ordered coolly. Several figures quickly flashed into the crowd. A Jin landed in front of Mo Xiuyao with a long sword and looked warily at the surrounding men in black. 2 of the shadow guards landed beside Yi Li, one on her left and one on her right, wanting to send her away. The remaining people were already fighting with the men in black. Yi Li swept a glance. A Jin had only brought 7 or 8 people. She had taken away 2, so there were only 5 left. There were at least 20 to 30 assassins in black. Without time to think, Yi Li waved away the shadow guard who was pulling her and said, stay and help. Wang Fei. The shadow guard stilled and wanted to say something in disagreement. Yi Li had already lost her patience and walked past them. She casually took down an assassin who was trying to sneak up on her and said coldly, what are you talking about? Take care of these people first. As she spoke, she nimbly kicked away an attack from another. When she landed, she stepped on the body of the assassin who had just been put on the ground and was about to jump up. The assassin on the ground wailed and then fainted. The 2 shadow guards exchanged a look. They would follow Wang Fei's orders and take care of these assassins first. Even though they were well-trained shadow guards, they did not understand what move Wang Fei had used. However, this did not stop them from seeing Wang Fei block an assassin in 2 moves and stomp on another assassin until he fainted. If he was lucky, he would be bedridden for 3 to 5 months. If he was unlucky, he would be paralyzed for life. Yi Li's attack was successful, and her heart was at ease. Although Yi Li had a certain level of confidence in her skills, she had never been able to determine the depth of ancient martial arts. After all, in this era, she had never really encountered a situation that required her to use her full strength. Judging from Mr. Feng Yu's light body technique, he would not be easy to deal with. After all, in modern times, no matter how powerful you are, you can't fly everywhere. But fortunately, not everyone had young Master Feng Yu's light body technique of flying around. If it was only close combat, Yili felt that she could deal with most of the experts. These assassins clearly did not think that this seemingly harmless Princess Ding would be able to knock down one person in one move. By the time they regained their senses, the second person had been knocked down by Yili's elbow. Yili had learned many things in her previous life. She had learned martial arts, taekwondo, judo, and so on from a young age. Of course, she had many brothers and sisters at home, so she had plenty of fighting experience. After entering the army, especially the special forces, the direction of learning had changed from defeating the opponent to killing the opponent. Women were not as strong as men, so Yili's focus had always been on technique and speed. She wanted to kill the opponent in one move. Not to mention the women, even the men in the team did not dare to exchange blows with her. In the beginning, she was not very familiar with it. After knocking down two people, Yili gradually felt that the feeling of the past was slowly returning. The results of her unrelenting training over the years were showing. Otherwise, no matter how much combat experience Yili had and how many techniques she had, it would be useless if her body could not keep up. Wang, Princess Consort. Jin, who had been loyally guarding Imo Xiuyao, couldn't help but be shocked speechless when he saw the scene. Was the person who had kicked an assassin taller than him until he spat out blood really the gentle and graceful Princess Consort? Jin vaguely remembered that one night, he seemed to have seen Princess Consort use some method to knock Prince Li unconscious. He had always thought that Princess Consort had used some hidden weapon. Now, it seemed that it was completely possible that she had used brute force. Yili. Mo Xiuyao's voice rang out from behind her. At the same time, a sharp sword swung at her from behind. Yili hurriedly bent back and barely dodged the sword that was coming at her. At the same time, a dagger that had appeared in her hand at some unknown time swept across the wrist that was holding the sword. Then she grabbed that hand and used his standing posture to twist backwards. With a crack, the person's arm fell to the ground with his eyes open. Yili looked down in puzzlement. At some unknown time, a small knife had been stabbed into the person's back. The blade had been stabbed into the flesh and only the handle was left outside. Clearly, he had been killed with one blow. Yili raised an eyebrow. She quickly dodged the entanglements of the assassins and came to Mo Xiuyao's side. Mo Xiuyao said with a frown, "Didn't I tell you to leave first?" Yili and Jin were on guard against the surrounding assassins. She said, "What if we encounter another group of people when we go out? Will Dassaw be fine? Someone has gone to protect Dassaw." Mo Xiuyao said indifferently, "There are many mechanisms in Wuyu Nunnery. If those people had barged into Wuyu Nunnery first, we would have discovered them long ago." In this short period of time, more than half of the 20 assassins had fallen. The man who had been standing at the side watching sneered, "The shadow guard of Ding King's palace is indeed worthy of their reputation. It's a pity that there are too few of them." The man suddenly jumped up and the long sword in his hand quickly stabbed towards Mo Xiuyao. Jin immediately went forward with his sword to block him. The two of them had exchanged more than 10 blows in an instant. But Jin was only a youth in his teens. With a moment of carelessness, he was knocked away by the man's arrow. A hideous bloody wound was left on his right arm. The man did not pay attention to Jin. After dodging his sword, he immediately turned towards Mo Xiuyao again. Jin cried out in alarm. He wanted to get up to save him but he was held back by the two assassins behind him. "Li, move aside." Mo Xiuyao pushed Yili away. At the same time, he moved his wheelchair backwards. After dodging the first sword, an even fiercer second sword came right after. A person sitting in a wheelchair who was unable to move was naturally not as nimble as a person standing. Mo Xiaoyao turned his head and stabbed his sword into the back of the wheelchair. At the same time, Mo Xiaoyao suddenly stretched out a hand to pinch the blade of the sword. With a slight movement of his sleeve, a bunch of concealed weapons flew towards the man. The man was startled. He quickly withdrew his sword and quickly retreated a few feet away to avoid the concealed weapons that were flying towards him. The man sneered and once again rushed forward. He had clearly seen that Mo Xiaoyao's greatest weakness was that he was unable to move. No matter how great his ability was, no matter how many concealed weapons he had, there would be a time when he ran out of them. Mo Xiaoyao did not dodge anymore. With a schwa sound, a long whip flew out. The distance between the two of them was pulled apart. For a moment, neither of them could do anything to the other. Yili stood at the side and was not in a hurry. From time to time, she would help take care of someone who wanted to sneak attack Mo Xiaoyao. At the same time, she stared at that person, trying to figure out his weakness. Finally, when Mo Xiaoyao's long whip wrapped around the man's sword, Yili sneered. She pulled out the golden hairpin on her head and threw it at the man's wrist. The moment the man was forced to let go of his sword, she rushed forward and mercilessly attacked the man's vital points with her dagger. Yili's moves were definitely vicious even if one looked at all the martial arts manuals. In just 3 to 5 moves, the man's right arm and left shoulder had been stabbed. Yili snorted in dissatisfaction. She ignored the man's right hand and stabbed the dagger into the man's chest. The man's expression changed. His right hand quickly and fiercely slapped towards Yili. At this time, it was too late for Yili to retreat. Suddenly, the slender tail of the whip wrapped around Yili's waist and she was quickly pulled back by a force. Yili smoothly avoided the man's right hand and landed steadily in front of Mo Xiaoyao. Chapter 109. Not far away, the man's face was ashen white. He gritted his teeth as blood poured from the wound in his chest. When he had been pulled away by Mo Xiaoyao's long whip, Yili had taken the opportunity to twist the dagger in his chest. The sharp dagger had turned half a circle in his chest before being pulled out. At this time, there was a bloody hole in his chest that couldn't be covered. Yili looked down at the dagger in her hand and frowned in dissatisfaction. This dagger was trash compared to her favorite tri-edged bayonet. Cough cough, such a good ding country Wang Fei. I didn't think that you had hidden your skills so well. The man pressed on the wound in his chest and coughed before speaking in a raspy voice. I won't attack if people don't attack me. Yili stared at him and said coldly. It's my loss today. Mo Xiaoyao, you're lucky today to have married such a powerful Wang Fei. The man glanced at his subordinates, who had been taken care of, and knew that the assassination had failed on the verge of success. Even if there were still 7 or 8 of them, his subordinates could not match the shadow guard of the Ding country Wang Fu if they had the same number of subordinates. However, you can dodge once or twice, but you can't dodge 8 or 10 times. Mo Xiaoyao, do you know how many people want your life? Ha ha. I'll wait for you underground. Finishing, the man gave up on Mo Xiaoyao and Yili. He shouted harshly, give up the mission, retreat. Then as the other assassins retreated, they blocked the path of the shadow guard that wanted to chase. In the end, they were killed by one of them. Chase. Mo Xiaoyao shook his head and said, don't chase a cornered enemy. Let's go back first. The shadow guard that wanted to chase immediately stopped in their tracks. Under Ajin's orders, they checked the assassins on the ground. Ajin ignored the wound on his right arm and tightly gripped his sword. Wang Fei, you're very strong. Yili shook her head. I was just lucky. Although he had won that battle easily, if not for Mo Xiuyao's help, he would have been seriously injured even if he had been able to defeat the assassin. In the end, whether it was strength or agility, he was still lacking. There were a few times when he clearly hit that person, but because of the lack of strength, it was not enough to cause significant damage. Furthermore, even if he found the opponent's weakness, he would not be able to succeed because his speed was not fast enough. Very powerful, a Jin can't beat him. Ah, Jin insisted. Yili smiled and said, if I can't deal with him in a quarter of an hour, I'll be the one to die. Wang Fei is very powerful. Can a Jin learn martial arts from Wang Fei? A Jin was a stubborn child and stared at Yili. If he was as powerful as Wang Fei, there would be no need for the prince to make a move. Mo Xiuyao looked at Yili with a complicated expression and said, I thought that Miss Li only knew how to protect herself, but it seems that I was wrong. Miss Li is always able to surprise me. He had seen how Yili had fought the assassin. That gaze and the cleanliness of her attacks were not things that normal women could achieve. Even many of the Shadow Guard were not as decisive and vicious as her. He was certain that even if 3 Shadow Guards attacked her at the same time, it may not be Yili who lost. But Mo Xiuyao could not understand. Yili had been raised in a boudoir from a young age, how could she have such skills? Those who did not know would think that this was a person who was used to fighting on the battlefield, and not a daughter of a prestigious family. Yili smiled faintly and was not in a hurry to explain herself, as long as the prince does not feel that it is a shock. Mo Xiuyao looked at her for a long time. Finally, he sighed and asked, Miss Li, are you really the Yi family's 3rd miss and the Su family's granddaughter? Yili said, naturally. Then. Wait until you want to say it. Yili was stunned. She looked at Mo Xiuyao and did not say anything for a long time. With Mo Xiuyao and the Ding King's palace's situation, to be able to say such words made her feel very surprised. After a while, Yili said in a low voice, although I cannot tell you right now, I can guarantee that I am Yili. Moreover, I did not marry into the Ding King's palace with any motive. I believe you. Aren't we husband and wife? Mo Xiuyao said in a low voice. Many thanks. Yili's heart felt warm as she said in a low voice. It wasn't that she didn't think about what she would do if she was discovered. Originally, she thought that she would first learn martial arts from the master Mo Xiuyao found and then slowly get used to it. Actually, this seemed very unreliable. At least she wasn't sure if she could hide it from Mo Xiuyao. If she aroused Mo Xiuyao's suspicions, then it would be even more troublesome. Now, it saved her a lot of trouble. No matter what, at least Mo Xiuyao was willing to believe in her. No matter how much he believed, it was already much better than what she had originally expected. Miss Li, be careful. While she was lost in thought, she suddenly heard Mo Xiuyao's voice. Yili suddenly turned around and a sleeve arrow shot towards her. The dagger in Yili's hand instantly flew out. A clear shadow moved in front of her and a figure pushed her to the ground. Mo Xiuyao. Yili hesitantly called out. She raised her hand to support Mo Xiuyao's back and instantly felt wet. Mo Xiuyao powerlessly fell beside her and said with a faint smile, I'm fine. Prince. Jin rushed over to help Mo Xiuyao up. Mo Xiuyao's face was deathly pale as he frowned and said, I'm fine. See if there are any survivors. Yili sat up and looked in front of her. The person who had just shot the sleeve arrow had already fallen to the ground, dead. And that person was the person she had knocked unconscious before. She didn't know when he had woken up. She couldn't help but bitterly laugh in her heart. After leaving the battlefield for so long, did she forget what it meant to be vigilant? She had actually left several survivors in this kind of battle. No. In reality, other than the last one, she hadn't killed a single one. If these people woke up at some unknown time, she couldn't help but shiver. A slightly warm hand covered her hand. Mo Xiaoyao looked at her and said with a faint smile, "Miss Li, I'm fine." Yili lightly bit her lips and said hatefully, "You're injured and you're fine." "Then how can you be fine?" Letting Ajin support Mo Xiaoyao, Yili got up and took back her dagger to wipe it clean. Then she tore the clothes on his back and checked that the blood flowing out was normal. There should be no poison on the arrow. She was slightly relieved. Mo Xiaoyao said in a low voice, "I'm fine as long as I'm not dead." Yili gritted her teeth and waved her hand to let Ajin and the people beside her take him back to the Wuyuan nunnery. Without her order, the shadow guard had already flown away. He must have gone to find a doctor. When they returned to the Wuyuan nunnery, as Mo Xiaoyao said, there were no assassins in the Wuyuan nunnery. Wen had been waiting for them at the door after receiving the news. Seeing a group of people coming back, they hurried to welcome them and led them to the prepared guest room. Although Mo Xiaoyao's injury didn't look serious now, Yili had just checked that the assassin's sleeve arrows were all barbed. She could imagine how bloody the arrows would be when they were taken out later. Worried that Wen would be frightened, Yili asked Wen to go back to the room to have a rest. Wen looked at her and still went to prepare food for them with a worried look. Chapter 110. Mo Xiaoyao sat on the bed. Because of the wound on his back, he occasionally frowned. Yili asked worriedly, "Is it very uncomfortable?" "The doctor will be here soon." Mo Xiaoyao grimaced and said, "The doctor will only come to take the arrow. Let Ajin do it. He should be more efficient than the other doctors." Yili frowned and looked sideways at Ajin. "Does he know how to take the arrow?" "This arrow has a hook. If it was a normal arrow, and it did not hit a vital point, he could just pull it out. But an arrow with a hook was very difficult to pull out. If he forcefully pulled it out, a large piece of flesh would be torn off." Ajin shook his head with a serious expression. Mo Xiaoyao was helpless. If the arrow pierced through, it would have been much easier. Yili looked at him coldly and couldn't help but mock. If it was 2 inches lower, it would have been much easier. "Li, are you angry?" Mo Xiaoyao sighed and looked at her with a gentle gaze. It was as if the person with an arrow in his back was not him. Yili lowered her head in annoyance. A moment later, she calmed down and said, "Sorry, I am angry at myself." If she had not been careless and underestimated the enemy, if she had not been so lost in her thoughts, Mo Xiaoyao would not have been injured at all. After so many years of living a comfortable life, her vigilance had deteriorated to such a degree. If this had been on the battlefield in the past, it would have been enough for her, Yili, to die 17 or 18 times. Sure enough, the doctor came very quickly because he was dragged over by his collar. This doctor was very brave. After being dragged all the way to the ground, he still had the courage to examine Mo Xiaoyao's wound without a change in expression. After examining the wound, the doctor took the arrow that Yili had brought back and looked at it for a moment. Then he said, "Either this old man uses a knife to cut open the wound and take the arrow out, or poke it in a bit and take it out from the chest. What do you think?" "The back." "Take it out from the front." Yili and Mo Xiaoyao said in unison. They couldn't help but glance at each other. Yili looked away as if nothing had happened and asked, "Doctor, what do you think?" The doctor nodded in satisfaction and said, "Both of you have made a wise choice. Although it seems painful to remove the arrow like this, it will only hurt for a short while. Using a knife to slowly cut open the flesh requires a slow grinding process. Moreover, the healing process will be slow." Yili supported Mo Xiaoyao as she looked at the doctor, who was skillfully preparing, and asked, "Doctor, you seem to be very good at this kind of arrow wound." The doctor replied without raising his head, "This old man used to be a military doctor." So that was the case. She watched as the doctor cleaned the arrowhead's tail, then mercilessly held the arrowhead's tail and pushed it forward. Mo Shioya's body tensed up in an instant, his hand tightly gripping Yi Li's arm. Yi Li didn't say a word as she supported him. She watched as the doctor wrapped a sturdy strap around the exposed barbed arrowhead and pulled. A spray of blood flew out. The entire sleeve arrow left Mo Shioya's chest. The doctor took the strong wine from the side and cleaned the wound. Then he skillfully bandaged it with white cloth. Only then did he raise his head and wipe away the sweat on his forehead, saying, "It's fine, it didn't hurt any vital parts or bones. Just change it every day and rest for a while." Yi Li looked at the blood in the basin next to her, and the pile of bloody gauze on the ground, asking, "What do you need to take?" "Something to replenish the blood." The doctor disdainfully twisted his mouth, saying, "The prince is still young, his body isn't weak. Princess, if you are really worried, you can stew something like 4 substances soup, angelica soup to replenish the blood, or red date soup." Seeing the doctor leave behind a few prescriptions for external use and swagger away with his medicine box, Yi Li felt a little embarrassed. Why did she feel that the soup that the doctor mentioned was for women? This doctor has a personality. Mo Shioyao smiled faintly, saying, "He is the special doctor in our mansion. He used to be a military doctor of the Black Cloud Cavalry." Mo Shioyao was injured, so when asked them to stay in Wuyue Temple to recuperate. They would return to the capital when they got better. However, Mo Shioyao refused, and Yi Li didn't oppose. Since those killers dared to openly assassinate Mo Shioyao near the capital, they definitely wouldn't give up after failing once. Since Wen had made up her mind to stay out of worldly affairs, they would only bring unnecessary danger to her if they stayed here. When the shadow guard sent by the Prince Ding mansion arrived, Mo Shioyao left some shadow guard to protect Wen, and returned to the capital with Yi Li. Prince Ding was seriously injured near the capital, which was naturally not a trivial matter. However, Mo Shioyao seemed to have ordered people to block the news. After they returned to the capital, the dignitaries in the capital didn't seem to know that Mo Shioyao was injured. Anyway, Mo Shioyao didn't need to go to court every day like ordinary people. He just recuperated at home when he had nothing to do. However, there was one thing that made them quite helpless. As soon as they returned to the mansion, Nanny's son directly sent Mo Shioyao to Yi Li's courtyard on the grounds that Prince needed personal care because of his injury. Nanny Lin, Nanny Wei, and Director Mo were naturally happy to see this. They excitedly directed the servants to move Mo Shioyao's things into the new room. They were so happy that they seemed to forget that their master had just been seriously injured by an assassin. Because everyone in the mansion worked hard together, Yi Li had to take on the task of changing Mo Shioyao's medicine every day. Even though Yi Li used to be a soldier who had gone through fire and water, she still felt shocked when she saw the scars on Mo Shioyao's body. Not only were there knife wounds on his chest and back, but there were also some sword wounds. It was hard to connect this body with Mo Shioyao's image of a gentle young master. Yi Li finally understood what Mo Shioyao meant when he said, "I'm fine as long as I don't die." To be able to survive such a serious injury, he must have experienced a narrow escape from death that normal people couldn't imagine. Every time she applied medicine and saw this man smiling calmly at her, Yi Li couldn't help but feel a faint throbbing pain in her heart. However, she wasn't someone who liked to be conflicted. She quickly attributed this strange feeling to Mo Shioyao being injured because of her. She quickly immersed herself in the process of making up for it. Yi Li rejected Mo Shioyao's previous suggestion of hiring a skilled swordsmanship master for her. Instead, apart from handling the mansion's affairs and taking care of Mo Shioyao, she spent the rest of her time in the mansion's secret training grounds. It was a very focused training of her strength and speed. At the same time, she also trained in a certain type of internal energy that Mo Xiuyao recommended. However, Yili knew that internal energy wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. As for the rumors of internal energy being able to split rocks and mountains at its strongest, Yili didn't understand. Why would she want to use her own hands to split rocks and mountains? If she could recover to her peak state, she could break a person's bones with one punch even without internal energy. What made Yili satisfied was that this body's potential wasn't bad. In Mo Xiuyao's words, this body could be considered a good material for practicing martial arts. Thus, Yili spent most of her time in the training grounds every day. The original training grounds in the mansion had been changed by her quite a bit. Since only she and Mo Xiuyao used it, Mo Xiuyao didn't care how she changed it or how she practiced. He would only occasionally go to the training grounds to watch her practice when he had nothing to do. On the other hand, Jin couldn't forget Yili's skills after seeing her fight. Every time he was by Mo Xiuyao's side, he would stare at Yili and Qing Shuang and Qing Wan who were practicing with Yili. He was just short of begging Wang Fei to take him as a disciple. Chapter 111. Mo Xiuyao also came from a military background. In the beginning, he didn't see the benefits of Yili's training, but as time passed, he began to see. Seeing Jin looking pitifully at the three figures in the training field, Mo Xiuyao couldn't help but speak up for him. Yili only smiled when she heard this. Right now, I'm only doing recovery training. The most important thing is to train my strength, speed, and endurance. There's no secret to it. It's just that Jin doesn't have much time because he's with you every day. The word recovery made Mo Xiuyao raise his eyebrows slightly. He smiled faintly. Does Li think that after this kind of training, you can fight against martial arts experts? Yili shrugged helplessly. She took the handkerchief Mo Xiuyao handed to her and wiped her sweat. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. The most important thing about my method is that it doesn't take much time and it doesn't have high requirements for one's aptitude and comprehension. Using the Nigong technique you gave me as an example, without considering aptitude and comprehension, even if I trained for 20 hours a day, how long would it take to succeed? Mo Xiuyao was deep in thought. Yili looked at him with a smile and said, my training, even though I can't train you to become a martial arts expert, but at most 1 year, I can make a healthy person's body reach its peak. If I focus on the various skills, a martial arts expert only has one life. Mo Xiuyao understood that there were many people with good bodies, but there weren't many martial arts experts. Therefore, not everyone with good bodies could become an expert. Yili clearly wanted to find another way, bypassing Nigong and martial arts. She wanted to make a person strong. Li's way of thinking is very special. I look forward to Li's results. Mo Xiuyao smiled. Many thanks. Yili smiled. She didn't mind revealing some things to Mo Xiuyao because only Mo Xiuyao could provide her with what she needed. In the entire Fu, the only two people who were dissatisfied with Yili's obsession with martial arts were Mother Lin and Mother Wei. It was clear that the two mamas couldn't understand why the elegant and graceful young miss would like to play with swords and spears after marrying into the Ding King's Fu. They even tried to persuade Yili that women should be gentle and quiet and that if she was too strong, the prince wouldn't like her. When the nagging Yili heard the two mamas, she wanted to turn around and run. Mo Xiuyao looked like he was watching a joke and didn't say anything, allowing Yili to be bombarded by the two nannies. Prince, Wang Fei. Li Wangfu sent an invitation. Chief Steward Mo personally handed over a red and golden dragon and phoenix wedding invitation. Yili reached out to take it and raised her eyebrows. Li Wang is welcoming Princess Lingyun as his consort. Chief Steward Mo also knew that the currently Wang Fei was his Wang Fei's blood-related younger sister and explained, Li Wang Fu sent an invitation saying that he is marrying Princess Lingyun as his equal consort. These few days, because of Mo Xiuyao's injury and Yi Li's own matters, she didn't pay attention to things that didn't concern her. Yi Li almost forgot about Princess Lingyun and Princess Xixia's marriage and asked curiously, then. Princess Xixia really entered the palace. Chief Steward Mo reported, Princess Xixia is currently living in Zhaoyang Grand Princess Fu. The Emperor and Empress Dowager's intention seems to be to pick a good day to welcome Princess Xixia into the palace in August. But the title has already been announced. The Emperor has already conferred Princess Xixia as consort Xia. As for Princess Lingyun, because Shitzi Genom of Gojoseon is about to leave for Xiling, the wedding is a bit rushed. What Chief Steward Mo didn't say was that although Princess Lingyun was the equal consort was different from the wife consort. Naturally, she didn't need to spend so much time preparing like the wife consort. When is the wedding banquet? Mo Xiuyao asked. 3 days later. Mo Xiuyao nodded, saying, I know. Chief Steward, go prepare a gift for I and Wang Fei. Chief Steward Mo said with some hesitation, Prince means to attend the wedding. The prince had just been assassinated and it was worrying to attend the wedding. Mo Xiuyao smiled faintly, I can't not go out for such a small matter, right? Go prepare. Yes. Chief Steward Mo quickly responded and left. Not only did he have to prepare Prince Li's gift, but he also had to carefully arrange the guards and shadow guard around the prince and Wang Fei to ensure that nothing went wrong. Seeing Chief Steward Mo leave in a hurry, Yi Li sighed helplessly. She looked at Mo Xiuyao and said, I don't know why, but I feel that the peaceful days are about to disappear. Mo Xiuyao raised his eyebrows, asking, You like peaceful days? Yi Li nodded, it's best to be peaceful, to live a smooth life until old age, and then to die in bed without any regrets. Mo Xiuyao shook his head, then why do you still practice martial arts? Mo Xiuyao always felt that Yi Li was an extremely contradictory person. Although she appeared to be elegant and refined like a noble lady, but from the very beginning, she gave him an impression that she was different from an ordinary noble lady. Sometimes, she was even more like a general's daughter than Murong Ting. Occasionally, the sharpness that flashed across her brows was not something that an ordinary woman could show. Yi Li sighed, just take it that I like to be vigilant in times of peace. No matter how much she told herself that she wanted to live a peaceful life like a noble lady, but Yi Li was clear in her heart that it was impossible for her to be like one sure and completely hand over her life to others. She could give in to her father's differential treatment, she could give in to all the cumbersome rules that she was not used to, and she could even give in to her own marriage. But she could never give in to Yi Li's nature. She could not let herself become a weak woman who did not know how to rely on others and did not even have the strength to protect herself. There were many things that she had prepared that she might not need in her lifetime, but she would rather put them there for her entire life than to find that she did not have them when she needed them. If Li doesn't like those trivial matters outside, you don't have to care about them. Mo Xiuyao said, there will be people below to take care of those things, moreover. Ding King's Fu does not need too much human relations. Yi Li understood. The Ding King's Fu had been quiet for so many years, which was exactly what that person in the palace wanted. These years, the Ding King's Fu's prestige in the Dechu state had been slowly suppressed. If she, the newly appointed Ding King's Fu, was too active now, it would make the emperor afraid. Thinking of this, Yi Li's mind suddenly flashed. She abruptly raised her head to look at Mo Xiuyao and asked, why did Nanzhao and Xiling suddenly form a marriage alliance with the Dechu state? The reason that she had told Princess Lingyun before was just to deceive a child. Xiling and the Dechu state seemed to be destined enemies. It was good enough that the Dechu state did not take advantage of Shiling's calamity to loot the burning house. How could it be solved by a mere princess who was engaged in a political marriage? Mo Xiaoyao's eyes flashed slightly, and he said lightly, Nanzhao is just in passing. The one who really wants to form a marriage alliance with the Dechu state is Shiling. Yili lowered her eyes. She only felt that the thoughts in her mind were spinning very quickly, and she could not grasp any clues at the moment. After a while, she raised her head to ask, if another war breaks out in the Dechu state, what will happen to the Ding King's Fu? Chapter 112. Mo Xiaoyao was startled and a trace of undetectable sorrow flashed past his eyes. After a long time, he said in a low voice, the Ding King's household no longer has anyone who can fight. In less than 5 years, the Ding King's household's 100 years of fame will be annihilated. The common people were always forgetful. Even if the Ding King's household had once protected the Dechu state for hundreds of years, even if the Dechu state was like a god of war in their eyes, once the war broke out again and the Ding King's household was powerless, they would not remember their past glory and would only remember their incompetence. However, the Ding King's household could not blame them because they were not in the wrong. Northern Militant. In the study room, after a long silence, Yi Li's voice faintly sounded. Looking at Mo Xiaoyao's expressionless face, she sighed softly. Wasn't it good for everyone to live peacefully in the world? Why did they have to drag the common people into the merciless flames of war for some completely unnecessary reasons? Yi Li felt that she would never be able to understand the thoughts of those in power. Yi Li suddenly felt that this man was very pitiful. He should have been high-spirited and vigorous like his ancestors, pointing out the country and living a carefree life. However, he could only use his youthful appearance to turn the tide when his elder brother suddenly passed away. As early as when he was 18 years old, he had already given up everything he could to protect the Ding King's household's 100 years of fame. After losing his healthy body and handsome appearance, he still had to carefully face the spying and scheming from all sides, as well as the assassination that would come at any time. As intelligent as he was, perhaps he had already seen the future of the Ding King's household. It was just that he was unwilling and could not admit defeat. Can we retreat? Yi Li asked. However, the moment the words left her mouth, she was annoyed at her own childishness. Since ancient times, how many of those who were powerful enough to shake their masters were able to retreat unscathed? Mo Xiaoyao lightly said, Mo Xiaoyao can retreat. Where can the 800,000 Mahist army and 50,000 Black Cloud cavalry retreat? Yi Li was silent. The people of the Mo family, such as the previous regent Mo Lufang, and even the previous masters of the Mo family would not be more stupid than her. There weren't many masters in the Ding King's residence. Of course, they could just leave. The world was so big, where could they not go? However, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers who were loyal to the Mo family and the Ding Palace would not leave so easily. When the Dechu state was in trouble, it needed them. When the country was at peace, each of them became a thorn in the emperor's side. Once the master of the Ding King's residence left, the best outcome for them would be to be broken up and suppressed. No one dared to imagine an even worse outcome. Sometimes, in the eyes of an emperor, hundreds of thousands of soldiers might not even be comparable to a chess piece in his hand. If the northern tribes really reignites the flames of war, what do you plan to do? Yi Li asked. Mo Xiaoyao looked at her and said calmly, lead the troops into battle. Li Li, I will send you to Yunzhou when the time comes. With Mr. Qing Yun here, no one would dare to do anything to you. If it were me, the imperial family would not dare to touch you. Yi Li frowned. She suddenly felt that it was a bit ridiculous. They were originally discussing Mo Jingli's marriage. Why did they suddenly run to this kind of thing? Clearly, there wasn't even a shadow of it. But the faint uneasiness in her heart told her that the conversation just now was not her imagination. Even if her brain was damaged, Mo Xiuya would not be damaged with her. Turning her face to ignore Mo Xiuya's words, Yi Li nonchalantly changed the topic. Li Wang is going to marry an equal consort. Should I make a trip back to the Yi family? Without needing Yi Li to think, a steward came to report to the Yi family before noon. Old Madam invited Wang Fei to return to the Yi family to discuss something. Returning to the Yi Fu, Yi Li was directly invited into Old Madam Ye's courtyard. The moment she stepped into Ronglu Hall, she saw Yi Li's red and swollen eyes from crying and Wang Shi's angry screams. Old Madam Yi and Minister Yi were also sitting with a gloomy expression. Yi Li curled her lips and understood what was going on. Grandmother, father. Li, Old Madam Yi saw Yi Li come in and her eyes lit up. She hurriedly beckoned for Yi Li to come forward. Yi Li's mouth twitched. She was silent inside. Old Madam didn't think that she could control the Emperor's marriage right. She was just a princess Ding. Don't talk about Li Wang marrying a princess. Even if he wanted to take a concubine, she couldn't control it. Li, you're finally back. Look at your sister. Ying really has a hard life. Yi Li walked forward and glanced at Yi Ying, who was crying in Wang Shi's arms. She sat down next to Old Madam Yi and asked, "Fourth sister, what's wrong?" Old Madam Yi said anxiously, "Ying was married for less than a month and Li Wang is going to marry an equal concubine. Where will our minister's Manor's face go? How will your sister live in the future?" Yi Li nodded and said, "Our prince also received the invitation from Li Wang Manor just now. At this time, fourth sister isn't in the manor taking care of matters. Why did she come back?" Wang Shi glared and said angrily, "What did you say? Ying is already like this and you still blame her for coming home. Yi Li, are you still human? Old master, you see." "Shut up." Old Madam Yi glared at Wang Shi and said angrily, "Li is right. Just now, this old woman has been talking to you for a long time. Did you turn a deaf ear to it? Li Wang Manor is now taking care of the marriage. If Ying, the princess, doesn't come out to take care of it, how will others see it?" Wang Shi said with dissatisfaction, "Li Wang let Ying, down and still wants Ying, to take care of the marriage for him. Is there any justice in this?" Old Madam Yi sneered and said, "The Emperor's words are justice. You were also present on the night of the marriage decree. Why didn't you come out to take a look? Don't come up with those bad ideas beside Ying, Yi Ying's mind was still thinking about the conversation with Mo Xiuyao in the morning. How could she be in the mood to listen to them at this time? She patiently persuaded Yi Ying, but Yi Ying didn't appreciate it. With tears in her eyes, she hugged Wang Shi and cried, sob. "Father, it's all your fault. Why did you insist on marrying me to Li Wang? If not, how could your daughter be wrong today? This should be her, Ying, Minister Yi patiently growled and glared at Yi Ying with a gloomy face. Yi Ying couldn't help but hide in Wang Shi's arms with a gloomy face that had never been seen before. She sobbed with grievance. Yi Li silently looked down and concealed the fluctuation in her eyes. So it was not Yi Ying's idea to hook up with Mo Jingli in the beginning? Then, what did her father mean by letting one of his daughters hook up with another daughter's fiancé? Well, it's already like this. What's the use of saying this? Minister Yi impatiently waved his hand and looked at Yi Li. "Li, what do you think?" Yi Li suppressed the doubts in her heart, raised her head and said indifferently, "It's difficult to follow the Emperor's orders. Besides, it's related to the diplomatic relations between the two countries. I'm afraid there's no room for discussion." Minister Yi frowned and said, "Are we just going to let it go? If it's a lowly one, it's fine. But that's the princess of Xiling Kingdom." Yi smiled faintly and said, "It's because she's the princess of Shieling that we don't have to worry, right? Father." Minister Yi pondered for a moment and his brows gradually relaxed. He said, "That's right. Li Wang's future successor can't have the bloodline of the Emperor of Shieling. Besides, the Princess of Shieling put on such a show in the palace that day. I'm afraid that Li Wang has some grudges against her. As long as can control the power in the residence, we don't have to worry about a princess who's married for peace." Chapter 113. If fourth sister wants to gain a foothold in the house, I'm afraid you have to start with Xian Zhao, old concubine. Yi said softly. What? Ying couldn't help but scream. That old woman has always disliked me, and you want me to flatter her? She has been thinking of ways to torture me. Yi frowned and interrupted her. Xian Zhao, old concubine, is Li Wang's aunt and the Empress Dowager's younger sister. You don't want to flatter her, but there are many people who think so. Moreover, I'm not asking you to flatter her. You just have to let her not find fault with you. It's best if you can make her feel that you are a satisfactory concubine. Xian Zhao, old concubine, had been in the palace for decades. How could it be so easy to flatter her? She was afraid that when the time came, she would end up like a dog instead of a tiger. Ying said bitterly, "Since we got married, she has been finding fault with me. As long as I do something wrong, it's not right. How can I make her satisfied? If she finds fault with you, you just have to endure it. When you have time, you should ask grandmother how to be a good wife. You are Zhaoyi's younger sister, the daughter of the minister's manor. You have the title of Di Wangfei. You have far more advantages than Princess Ling Yun, a princess from another country who married into the empire. If you can't do it, then just pack up and go back to the minister's manor. Father and Madam don't mind supporting you for a lifetime." Ying suddenly forgot her grievances and distress. Her small face was red with anger. She stared at Yi with a pair of watery eyes. She sneered and said sarcastically, "That's right. If you can't endure it, you would have run back to the minister's manor crying." "No. If you were not married, I would just hang myself with a rope." Yi was too lazy to be angry with her. She calmly put down the teacup in her hand and glanced at her. "If you have the time to be angry with me, it's better to go back and do what you should do." Ying still wanted to talk back, but old Madam Yi slapped the table and said, Enough. Learn from your third sister. Look at what you have become." Ying was stunned. She couldn't help but cry when she thought of her own situation. She wiped her tears and said, "What have I become? Who caused me to be like this? Right now, who knows how many people in the capital are secretly laughing at me. Woo-woo. How can Prince treat me like this? What did I do wrong?" Old Madam Ye's head started to hurt because of her crying. She said irritably, "Enough, what's the use of crying? You only know how to cry all day long. You're already married. Do you still think that you have your temper when you're at home? Men, send someone to invite Prince Li to bring forth young Miss back." "Grandmother." Yi stopped her and said, "Fourth sister, since you're back, there's no harm in staying a little longer. Prince Li would probably come personally to pick her up. If we send someone to invite Prince Li now, we will be at a disadvantage." Minister Yi looked at Yi with appreciation and said, "Mother, Li is right." Old Madam Yi pressed her forehead and sighed, "I'm going to be confused by her anger." "Old Madam, Master, Madam, Prince Li is here," the steward outside the door reported. Although old Madam Yi and Minister Ye's faces were still gloomy, Yi could see a trace of joy in their eyes. It seemed that Mo Jingli coming personally to pick up Yi Ying made the two of them very satisfied. After all, their daughter was already married. No matter how angry the Yi family was, it was impossible for them to let Ying move back to the Yi residence and let the Yi family support her for the rest of her life, as Yili said. Not long after, Mo Jingli came in. His face was still cold and gloomy as usual. In fact, Yili almost couldn't remember seeing Mo Jingli's face in a good mood. It seemed that he always looked like someone owed him a few hundred taels and didn't want to pay him back. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Yili. Mo Jingli paused for a moment before turning his gaze to Ying. Ying bit the corner of her lips, feeling wronged. She snorted and turned her head to ignore him. Minister Yi and old Madame Ye's expressions were also indifferent. They didn't have their usual attentiveness and thoughtfulness. Wang Shi's face was even more gloomy. If old Madame Yi didn't secretly glare at her, she would have questioned him directly. Seeing this, Mo Jingli's eyes darkened. Obviously, he wasn't in a good mood. In fact, regarding this marriage, Mo Jingli felt even more wronged than Ying. It wasn't that he wanted to marry that Princess Lingyun. Why would he marry someone who was defeated by Yili? Brother Emperor didn't want that woman, so he didn't even ask and just gave her to him. After returning home, Ying kept making trouble with him. Princess Lingyun, that ungrateful woman, even dared to make a scene in the embassy and refused to marry him. Who did she think he was? Did she think that he would only marry her? After being annoyed by Ying and Princess Lingyun, Mo Jingli directly went to the palace to tell Brother Emperor that he wanted to break off the marriage and not marry Princess Lingyun. However, he was reprimanded and chased out by Brother Emperor. Then, he was reprimanded by Mother Empress and Mother Consort. The more he thought about it, the worse Mo Jingli's face became. Minister Yi saw that something was wrong and stopped while he was ahead. He coughed softly and said, Prince is here to take you back. Sit down and talk to Prince. Ying turned around with red eyes and looked at Mo Jingli pitifully. Prince. Her resentful voice made Yili tremble uncontrollably. She watched Mo Jingli walk over and hold Ying in his arms. He whispered, "Let's go back to the mansion with I. Prince. Is so sad. Woo woo." Ying sobbed and fell into Mo Jingli's arms and cried. Mo Jingli held Yi Ying's waist and silently listened to Yi Ying's grievances. Although he didn't say anything, his face obviously improved a lot. "Let's go back." Mo Jingli carried Ying horizontally and nodded to Minister Yi and old Madame Yi. He directly ignored Yili and turned around to walk out. However, Yili was left with a lot of questions. In fact, until now, she still didn't understand whether he really cared about Yi Ying or not and how much he cared about her. Probably, it wasn't easy to guess the thoughts of someone with facial paralysis, even if Mo Jingli was a slightly deformed facial paralysis. Yili leaned on the chair and supported her chin as she thought silently. After declining old Madame Yi and Minister Ye's invitation to stay, Yili brought people out of the minister's manor. Seeing that it was still early, Yili remembered that since she married into the Ding King's manor, she didn't seem to have gone out alone. Just then, she remembered Nurse Sun's various hints. Mo Xiaoyao's birthday was in a few days. Yili decided to see if there were any suitable gifts. After making up her mind, she brought Qing Wan and Qing Shuang to the busiest street in the capital. Walking along the bustling street, Yili couldn't help but feel a little distressed when she couldn't find anything suitable after browsing through several shops. She didn't know what kind of gift was suitable. Qing Shuang looked at Yili's distressed appearance and boldly asked, "Princess Consort, do you want to buy something?" Yili looked at the two curious maidservants with sparkling eyes. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Nurse Sun said that in a few days, it will be Mo Xiaoyao's birthday. I want to find a gift for him." Qing Shuang rolled her eyes at her. "Miss, do you need to run to the streets to find a gift for Prince?" Yili was at a loss. "You mean to give a ready-made gift?" Wouldn't it seem insincere? Moreover, there were a lot of treasures in her room, but other than calligraphy and paintings, most of them were women's jewelry. Did she really have to pick a calligraphy and painting for him? Chapter 114. Qingyuan pursed her lips and snickered. She blinked and whispered, "Prince doesn't lack any treasures. If Princess wants to show sincerity, why don't you make a gift yourself? Even a purse is more valuable than an antique in Prince's eyes." Purse? Qing Shuang waved her hand. How can a purse do? How about Wang Fei make some clothes for Wang Ye? Make clothes? Yili looked down at her hands. She didn't seem to touch a needle and thread since she married into the king's mansion. But this seemed to be a good idea. Princess Ding. After making up her mind, Yili was ready to turn back to the king's mansion, but she was blocked by a voice from behind. Yili looked back and saw the pair of cousins standing in the crowd. She just wanted to say, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Shitzi, princess. Yili nodded slightly. Lei Tingfeng didn't seem to see Yili's indifferent and alienated look. He walked forward and smiled. What a coincidence. Princess Ding is shopping alone. Yili smiled. Qingyuan, Qingshuang greets Shitzi and princess. Did Shitzi Genom of Gojoseon's eyes go out of their sockets? Didn't he see that there were two living people standing beside her? Lei Tingfeng's eyes twitched, and he smiled. I'm going back to West Hill in a few days, so I want to buy something for Ling Yun. I don't know if Princess can help me. Yili looked at the enthusiastic and indifferent siblings with a fake smile and said, I'm afraid I can't help much. How can that be? Princess is proficient in both the pen and the sword. She is also the champion of 100 Flowers this year. Her vision must be good. Lei Tingfeng smiled. Yili couldn't refuse anymore. She could only say, in that case, Shitzi and Princess, please. Princess Lingyun glanced at Yili. Her face was haggard, and she looked dispirited. It seemed that ever since the betrothal, her life hadn't been too good. She just didn't know what method Lei Tingfeng used to make Princess Lingyun listen to him obediently. The three of them walked on the streets with their attendants. Princess Lingyun was completely absent-minded. Even when walking, she had to be supported by her maidservant from time to time so that she would not bump into the passing crowd. Yili saw that the previously arrogant and domineering young lady had become like a withered bean sprout in just a few days. While Princess Lingyun was being ordered by Lei Tingfeng to try on clothes, Yili asked, Princess Lingyun doesn't look too good. Lei Tingfeng raised an eyebrow and looked at Yili with interest. He said, is Princess Consort sympathizing with Lingyun? Yili glanced at him. Shitzi, as her cousin, doesn't sympathize with her. Is it my turn as an outsider to meddle in other people's business? Lei Tingfeng smiled unconcernedly and said, it's nothing. A child is throwing a tantrum and going on a hunger strike. A child throwing a tantrum and going on a hunger strike. Yili nodded. I hope the princess won't collapse on the wedding day. Lei Tingfeng was full of confidence. Or rather, he didn't care at all. He smiled and said, Princess Consort, don't worry. Our shieling will not allow such a disrespectful thing to happen. On the day of the wedding, Ling Yun will be glowing as a bride. Yili turned her head to look at the decorations in the shop. She didn't have any good feelings towards people like Lei Tingfeng. She didn't believe that Lei Tingfeng didn't know what kind of ending Princess Lingyun would face if she stayed in the Dechu state to marry Imo Jingli. He just didn't care. A person who could push his cousin to a dead end with a smile and say that he was doing it for her own good. In reality, this kind of person was colder and more heartless than Imo Jingli. Lei Tingfeng saw the alienation in Yili's expression. He looked at Yili with a smile and said, Princess Ding seems to have something against me. Yili glanced coolly at him and said, "No, I never have anything against strangers." "Stranger?" Lei Tingfing smiled meaningfully. "How can it be a stranger? Speaking of which, did Prince Ding and Wang Fei like my wedding gift?" Yili said, "The cloud-grasping sword is of great significance to the Ding Wang Fu. How could they not like it? I've troubled Shitzi." "No, no." Lei Tingfing shook his head and said with a smile, "The cloud-grasping sword is a gift for Wang Fei. Prince Ding and Wang Fei's gift was sent to the Ding Wang Fu the day after the wedding. Did Wang Fei not receive it?" Yili stilled and her brows furrowed. She stared coldly at Lei Tingfing and said, "Shitzi has good methods. How many people want such a famous painting, but Shitzi can easily give it away." Lei Tingfing smiled and said, "I'm a rough person. Famous paintings need to be appreciated by refined scholars, right? It seems Prince Ding and Wang Fei are both very satisfied." Yili stared at him. Ho Er smiled faintly. "Shitzi has spent so much effort, how can Prince Ding and I not be satisfied? Speaking of which, Han Mingyue's Chu Jing beauty has long disappeared. To be able to see the former #1 beauty of the capital, Yili is very fortunate." "Interesting." Lei Tingfing praised and looked at Yili with a smile that wasn't a smile. He said, "Wang Fei, I don't believe that Wang Fei doesn't know that the woman in the painting is Prince Ding's fiancée." Yili looked at him. "So, Shitzi gave that painting to make Yili feel ashamed?" "I wouldn't dare." Lei Tingfing smiled and said, "Wang Fei is talented and beautiful. Tingfing admires you very much. How would I dare to have such thoughts? But Wang Fei should admit that sometimes, what you can't get is the best. Isn't that right?" Yili raised an eyebrow and said, "There are many things you can't get in this world. Shitzi shouldn't have such thoughts." Lei Tingfing giggled and said, "Why shouldn't I? This Shitzi feels that as long as you want something, you should use all means to firmly grasp it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be regretful if someone else took advantage of it?" Yili lowered her eyes and calmly drank tea. "The princess is about to come out. Is Shitzi sure you want to chat with Ben Fei here?" Lei Tingfing stilled and said with a helpless smile, "Wang Fei really is a straightforward person. Tingfing can't." Yili raised an eyebrow and looked at him silently. Lei Tingfing smiled and said, "It's not a big matter. Someone wants this one to pass a message to Wang Fei. In addition, I also have a question that I would like to ask the princess." "I'm all ears." "Someone wants me to tell Wang Fei, other people's things will always belong to other people." Lei Tingfing looked at Yili and smiled. Yili didn't change her expression. "This sentence, does it have anything to do with Shitzi's congratulatory gift?" Lei Tingfing shrugged and said, "I don't know. This one is only responsible for passing the message. Also, doesn't Wang Fei want to hear what this one wants to ask?" "Shitzi, please speak." This one just said, "This one admires Wang Fei very much. I don't know if Wang Fei is interested in traveling to Xiling." Yili's eyes darkened. Was she being teased? Or did Lei Tingfing feel that it was a very satisfying thing to kidnap Prince Ding's wife and elope? After looking at Lei Tingfing for a long time, Yili faintly sighed and said, "Shitzi, this consort has the intention of traveling to Xiling, but I'm afraid." "What are you afraid of?" Lei Tingfing's eyes were deep and unfathomable. "I'm afraid this consort will die at Shitzi's hands before stepping into Xiling's borders." Yili coldly laughed and faintly finished the latter part of her sentence. Lei Tingfing's expression instantly froze, as if he couldn't think of what expression to put on for a moment. He could only stiffen his face and laugh dryly. "What are you saying, Wang Fei? This one is sincerely inviting you." Yili stood up and smiled. "Since it's like this, if there is a chance in the future, this consort will definitely go with our prince to Xiling to visit Shitzi. Today, I won't disturb Shitzi and princess's time together. Goodbye. Chapter 115. Ignoring the expression of Leitingfing sitting there, Yili stood and walked out. In the inner hall, Leitingfing, who had been left behind, stroked his chin as he looked thoughtfully at the bead curtain swaying because someone had left. The smile on his face was even more arrogant and ambitious than before. An interesting woman, no wonder Mo Xiaoyao would marry her. In the inner hall, Leitingfing, who had been left behind, stroked his chin as he looked thoughtfully at the bead curtain swaying because someone had left. The smile on his face was even more arrogant and ambitious than before. An interesting woman, no wonder Mo Xiaoyao would marry her. Princess Lingyun walked out from inside, still wearing the same clothes as when she had gone in. She stood by the door and looked resentfully at Leitingfing. Leitingfing raised an eyebrow and lowered his eyes to hide the disdain in them as he said, "Lingyun, don't think about it. Imperial brother is doing this for your own good. Compared to that Li Wangfei who doesn't have a brain, this Princess Ding is very hard to deal with. Even if you enter Princess Ding, you will not be able to beat her. Haven't you suffered enough that day? You know very well that even without Yili, you would not be able to enter the Prince Ding mansion." Princess Lingyun stared at him and said, "You are speaking up for Yili." Leitingfing snorted and said, "Pretend I didn't say anything. If you think you have the ability to provoke Yili, then go ahead. Let's see if she dares to shoot through your head next time. I don't care what you want to do. In 3 days, obediently get on the sedan chair and marry into the Li Wangfu. Don't force me to drug you. I am a princess, you dare. I thought that you knew your use when you made a fuss about coming to Dongchu." Leitingfing looked mockingly at her. "You didn't think that just because you came to Dongchu to choose a bridegroom, you could marry whoever you liked. No matter how favored a princess was, she was still just a princess. A princess who was married to him, actually dared to put on airs in front of him." West Hill Embassy. After sending Princess Lingyun back to her room, Leitingfing turned around and returned to his own room. As soon as he closed the door, Leitingfing's eyes darkened. His gaze shot to a certain spot in the room like a knife. The completely enclosed room was dark and unpredictable because there was no light. A slim figure in black sat beside a round sandalwood table. Leitingfing's expression darkened as he stared at the back of the woman in black and asked, "What are you doing here?" The woman in black turned her face to the side, revealing a pair of moving starry eyes in the dim light. However, her eyes, which should have been as clear as water, were filled with obvious anger. "Why did you ruin my plans?" Leitingfing snorted and sneered, "Spoil your plans? What has this prince done to ruin your plans?" "Ling Yun's matters." The woman in black gritted her teeth and said, "If it wasn't for your interference, how could Ling Yun have married into the Li Palace?" Leitingfing relaxed his body a bit. He walked to a chair on the side and sat down as he said, "You still have the nerve to say that. If it wasn't for you talking to Ling Yun all day long, how could Ling Yun have married the Li Palace?" Their original plan was not to marry a princess to a brainless prince. It was a pity that after Ling Yun's interference, the emperor would not want her no matter what. The woman in black snorted and said, "If Ling Yun had entered the Prince Ding mansion, wouldn't it have been better? Stop dreaming. Ling Yun has been fooled by you. Could it be that you also killed her?" Leitingfing said with disdain, "Do you think that Mo Xiaoyao is some kind of soft-hearted person? If Ling Yun enters the Prince Ding mansion, we will have to collect her corpse in less than a month. Even if she doesn't die, do you think that with Ling Yun's brain, she won't be tricked by Mo Xiaoyao and turn against him?" As if she was angered by Leitingfing's mocking tone, the woman angrily said, "Isn't the reason I'm doing this to help you?" Leitingfing sneered. His face clearly showed that he did not believe her. "Help me? Help me? Why didn't you have Royun come?" Aren't you certain that with Ling Yun's personality, Mo Xiaoyao would never fall in love with her? What a pity. This prince feels that Mo Xiaoyao might fall in love with Yili. Impossible. The woman angrily shouted. She quickly realized that she had lost her composure. The black-clothed woman let out a breath and said with a smile, "Don't try to trick me. Mo Xiaoyao's eyes are above his head. How could he fall in love with a woman as good as Yili? Good for nothing." Lei Dingfeng muttered. He carelessly swept his eyes over the black-clothed woman before saying, "Mo Xiaoyao's eyes are above his head? That's not necessarily true." Enough. I'm not here to argue with you. Lei Dingfeng lazily looked at her and said, "Then you can just tell me why you came to my room at this time." "I want to stay in Dechu State for a period of time," the black-clothed woman said. "That's fine. Just don't come back to Xiling in the future." Lei Dingfeng waved his hand and nonchalantly indicated that she could leave. "You!" The black-clothed woman angrily glared at him. She couldn't say anything for a while. Lei Dingfeng coldly smiled and said, "You think I don't know what you want to do in Dongchu? It's rare to see a woman as greedy as you. However, you should be careful. Don't end up with nothing." The black-clothed woman hatefully bit her red lips under the veil. "Lei Dingfeng, you won't be happy if you don't mock and ridicule me." Lei Dingfeng coldly snorted. He looked at the woman in front of him with an icy gaze that faintly revealed a trace of hatred. "You can't live if you don't go around seducing men. Don't be delusional. Mo Xiaoyao won't want you. Do you know where the painting you had people send over went?" Lei Dingfeng looked at her. Suddenly, a malicious smile appeared on his face. The black-clothed woman vigilantly stared at him. Lei Dingfeng looked at her with interest. Seeing her eyes gradually become flustered under his gaze, he smiled and said, "Mo Xiaoyao sent it to Suja that day. No matter how beautiful Su Zuidi is, she's just a dead person to Mo Xiaoyao. What do you think you can do? Do you want to make a bet?" "I feel that Mo Xiaoyao will definitely fall in love with Yili if possible." The black-clothed woman's anger almost wanted to burn Lei Dingfeng to ashes. This time, she took even longer to calm down. She smiled sweetly at Lei Dingfeng and said, "Then what about you? Xiling country's Genom of Gojoseon, why are you so interested in Yili?" Lei Dingfeng's eyes flashed. He quickly smiled and said, "Because she's Mo Xiaoyao's woman. From this point of view, her value is obviously much higher than yours." The black-clothed woman's eyes moved. She softly smiled and said, "Then, don't you want Mo Xiaoyao's woman?" "Ha! Think about it. If the whole world knew that Mo Xiaoyao's wife ran away with another man, how interesting would that be?" Lei Dingfeng frowned. He stared at the black-clothed woman in disgust and said, "Knowing Mo Xiaoyao is probably the most unlucky thing in his life. If I want to defeat Mo Xiaoyao, I will defeat him fair and square. There's no need to use such a method." "Huh, how could that be? Meeting me should be the happiest thing in his life." "Of course, I also think so," the black-clothed woman said softly. Her enchanting eyes revealed traces of nostalgia. "Also, Mo Xiaoyao is already crippled. He will never go onto the battlefield again in this life. From another point of view, he will never be defeated. You actually still think that you can defeat him fair and square? The undefeated legend of the Ding Palace for hundreds of years." Chapter 116. That's enough. Get out. We'll return to Xiling in 3 days. You can try to stay in Eastern Chu. According to what I know, Han Mingyue has already returned to Jiangnan. You can see if Mo Xiaoyao will be merciful to you." Lei Dingfeng's face darkened as he spoke coldly. The black-clothed woman stood up and looked at him with grievance. I know why you treat me so badly. You're jealous, aren't you? Or do you think I don't look good wearing a veil? As she spoke, the woman raised her hand to take off the veil on her face. Ladingfing suddenly picked up the teacup on the table and threw it at her. Get out. You, humph. After being reprimanded so rudely, the black-clothed woman put down her hand and glared at the man in the chair before leaving in a huff. Yili returned to the Prince Ding mansion. Mo Xiaoyao was reading in his room. Hearing the sound of footsteps, he raised his head to look at her. You're back. Did something happen to old Madame Yi? Yili waved her hand and said uninterestedly, what could happen at this time? Fourth sister went home to cry and make a fuss. Grandmother wanted me to go back and say a few words. She's never been easy to deal with, so how could she listen to me? But on the street, I met the heir of Xiling and Princess Lingyun. Mo Xiaoyao looked at her and raised his eyebrows. Yili thought about it and decided there wasn't much to talk about. She turned around and went in to change into some light clothes. When she came out, she saw Mo Xiaoyao was still sitting in the room with his head lowered, reading. She called Qing Xia and the others to bring out some plain-colored cloth. Qing Shuang had always been clever. Not long after Yili gave the order, she had already brought the cloth over with a smile before she had even sat down. They were all light colors like the moon white, light green, and beige. She also thoughtfully brought over all kinds of utensils. Yili took the cloth and looked at the man in front of her. Her faint brows furrowed together. Mo Xiaoyao raised his head to look at her conflicted appearance. He smiled faintly. What's wrong? Not satisfied with the clothes made in the residence. She heard that there were 2 embroidery workshops in the capital that sold pretty good stuff. She would ask them to send some over to take a look. You don't have to be so troubled. Yili was speechless. If I bought clothes for you from outside, wouldn't Mother Lin and wet nurse nag me to death? She then looked at her own clothes. Was she that picky? Gritting her teeth, Yili said, lend me one of your old clothes. Mo Xiaoyao raised his eyebrows and looked at Yili, who was trying her best to remain expressionless. Slowly, her gaze shifted to the cloth on the table. Her eyes moved slightly as she looked at Yili and said with a smile, go get it yourself. Ever since he was sent to this courtyard to recuperate, Chief Steward Mo had ordered people to move all the clothes in his room here. However, his new wife seemed to have a good habit of not touching other people's things, even if the other person was her husband. So even though their things were placed together, in reality, they were placed separately. No one would touch the other's things. Yili snorted softly. She stood and walked into the room. But after walking a few steps, she suddenly stopped. Turning back, she took the measuring tape from the needle and thread box and walked in. Mo Xiaoyao stared at the simple and elegant cloth on the table in a daze for a while. Then he suddenly smiled faintly. Her eyes, which were originally a little cold, now had some real warmth. Either you didn't do something at all, or you did it as quickly as possible. So Yili's daily life had an extra task of needlework. The 2 old mamas were comforted by this. Seeing their young miss play with knives and swords every day after getting married, the 2 mamas were very anxious. Even though the prince didn't say anything, but how could a Wang Fei play with knives and swords every day? Other than San Yi, the Su family hadn't had a martial artist in hundreds of years. It definitely was San Yi who taught young miss bad things. The 2 mamas who didn't know the truth silently blamed Su Qingfeng, who was about to enter the army. Their Wang Fei was making clothes for the prince for the first time. This attracted the attention of the mamas and the servant girls. When they started to eat, Yili found something very depressing. She didn't know how to make clothes for men. When her mother was still alive, she wasn't old enough to learn how to make clothes. After her mother passed away, there was no one to teach her, and there was no need for her to do so, so she had forgotten about it. In the end, she could only helplessly let Lin Mama teach her how to make clothes. After making the clothes, the servant girls surrounded Yili to discuss what pattern to use, what color of embroidery thread to use, and what kind of pouch to match it with. Everyone was talking at once and arguing non-stop. Pianpi and Mo Xiuyao didn't know what had happened, but his reading location had changed from the study to their room. Even though they were in the outer room, Yili, who was surrounded by the servant girls in the room, felt that Mo Xiuyao could hear what they were muttering about. She couldn't help but feel angry and annoyed. She wanted to slap these talkative servant girls until they fainted. Wang Fei. Seeing Yili pick up the cloud pattern and prepare to make the thread, Qing Shuang shouted disapprovingly. She looked like she wanted to come forward and destroy the pattern in her hands. Yili raised an eyebrow at her. Qing Shuang said, "Wang Fei, you're giving this to someone. How can you take out a pattern that is too normal?" The veins on Yili's forehead jumped. It was just making clothes, wouldn't this girl have too many opinions? Qing Shuang ignored Yili's dissatisfied expression and quickly put a stack of patterns in front of Yili. There were all kinds of dragon patterns, eagle patterns, tiger patterns, and complicated patterns of flowers and plants, auspicious patterns, etc. Qing Shuang looked at Yili's dark expression and hurriedly took out one of the patterns. She said in a small voice, "Qing Shuang asked for Wang Fei. The prince likes this one." Glaring at the image of an eagle in the sky, she wanted to poke Qing Shuang with a needle. Qing Shuang saw her young Mrs. unfriendly expression and hurriedly made a begging expression before running out. Yili stared dazedly at the patterns on the table. She suddenly sighed and took the embroidery basket to the side to make the thread. Qing Xia served from the side and said, "Qing Shuang is a naughty girl, but she's thinking for Wang Fei. It's best if Wang Fei isn't angry at her." Yili looked up at her and said helplessly, "This girl is usually spoiled. She's always mischievous." Qing Yu pursed her lips and snickered, "Qing Shuang is really energetic. Why don't Wang Fei punish her to do embroidery?" Qing Xia covered her mouth and snickered, "Qing Yu's punishment is too harsh. But if Wang Fei can calm down, Qing Shuang will be happy to accept the punishment." Qing Shuang had a jumpy temper. She had always been impatient with needlework. Usually, it was as if she wanted her life to finish embroidering a handkerchief. Yili's eyes turned, and there was a smile on her face. "Very good. Tell Qing Shuang to embroider a winter plum for me. It must be done in half a month. Otherwise, let her do as she sees fit." Qing Yuan and others blinked and smiled. They secretly mourned for Qing Shuang in their hearts. "You know that Wang Fei is shy, but you still ran to ask the prince. Isn't this sending yourself to be punished by Wang Fei? What does Li want to embroider?" Mo Xiuyao's voice came from outside. Everyone quickly turned and bowed. "Prince." Mo Xiuyao looked at the three girls who were full of smiles and said, "Leave." Chapter 117. The three bowed and retreated, leaving some space for the prince and Wang Fei. Seeing Mo Xiuyao come over, Yili looked with some embarrassment at the things in her hands and said, "Is Prince so idle? He's wandering around the room all day." Mo Xiuyao smiled slightly and said, "He doesn't need to go to court and doesn't have anything to do. Naturally, he is idle. Li has been very busy these days." Yili rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. Did he not see what she was busy with? The wheelchair stopped next to Yili. Mo Xiuyao said with a light laugh, "Li, don't be embarrassed. Even if your embroidery is not good, I will not laugh at you." "Very good." Yili angrily poked a needle on her clothing. He dared to say that her embroidery was not good. Even second aunt praised her embroidery. Tilting her head to look at Imo Xiaoyao, Yili had a fake smile on her face. No, my embroidery is not good. I don't dare to stain Prince's eyes. Get someone from the sewing room to sit so I don't have to worry. Imo Xiaoyao smiled helplessly. I mean that no matter what Lily embroidery looks like, it is the best in I's eyes. Yili snorted and ignored him. She turned around and went back to work. Imo Xiaoyao sat silently at the side and looked at Yili's gradually focused expression. A warm smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Because the Li Palace had lost face during the previous wedding, the virtuous imperial concubine was probably trying her best to regain her face this time. The ceremony of marrying an equal consort was as grand as marrying a deconsort. But due to Princess Lingyun's status as a princess of a country, outsiders could not find fault with it. This made Yi Ying's already ugly face even more gloomy. On the day of the wedding, Yi Li and Imo Xiaoyao beat Li Wangfei together. Mo Jingli personally stood at the door to welcome them. Yi Li habitually found that Mo Jingli still had a stiff face. There was no joy on his face. If it wasn't for his new red wedding robes, if it wasn't for his good looks, the guests passing by would have wondered if they should turn back home and change into black and white to attend the wedding. Now, Yi Li really sympathized with Yi Ying. Mo Jingli wasn't cold by nature, he was just used to pretending. If any man dared to show such a half-dead expression at her wedding, she would kick him to death no matter if it was her previous life or this life. Indicating that Mo Jingli did not need to care about them, Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li entered the Li Wangfu with the steward of the Fu. Mo Jingli did not have the time to care about them. Maybe it was to get back the face she had lost last time. Virtuous consort Zhao not only made the wedding extravagant, she even invited the Empress Dowager to personally host her son's wedding. To be able to flatter the Empress Dowager, it was naturally a great opportunity to curry favor. Therefore, as long as the officials were in Jing City, regardless of whether they had received the invitation or not, they would think of ways to come and congratulate them. The Li Wangfu was filled with guests and was as busy as a marketplace. What is it? What is Li thinking about? Seeing Yi Li's strange and conflicted expression, Mo Xiaoyao asked with a smile. Yi Li shook her head and said with a smile, nothing, I'm just curious. Does Li Wang have the same expression all year round? Isn't today a day of great joy? If it was anyone else, they might have thought that she was dissatisfied with the marriage bestowed by the emperor. Mo Xiaoyao turned his head to look at Mo Xiaoyao at the door and said with a smile, Jingli has never liked to smile since he was young. Those who are familiar with him are used to it. Yi Li didn't really care about this issue. The wedding hadn't started yet, so the male guests and female guests were arranged separately. When they entered the residence, the stewards came forward to invite Mo Xiaoyao and Yi Li to their respective places. The steward of the Li Wangfu led Yi Li into the inner fu. The female guests that had come to attend the wedding were all gathered in the garden of the Li Wangfu. They were resting and chatting in the small pavilions in the garden. Passing through the garden where the noble women gathered in twos and threes, Yi Li was led to an elegant small pavilion on the east side of the garden. Inside, there were some women of high status or older. Virtuous concubine Zhao brought Yi Ying to accompany them personally. Seeing Yi Ying's bitter expression and the dissatisfaction between the brows of the virtuous consort, Yi Li sighed in her heart. Yi Ying and Yi Yu were both women of Wangshi. They were both beautiful. How could they be so different? It seemed that old Madame Yi and Minister Ye's decision was right. Even if Yi Ying's appearance was better than Yi Yu's, with her personality, she would have been torn to pieces if she was sent to the palace. Greetings to old consort. Yi Li went forward to greet the old consort. The virtuous consort was about to get up to greet her. Yi Li certainly would not let her get up. Without waiting for her to speak, she said with a smile, so many people have arrived, but I am the latest. Old consort, please don't blame me. The virtuous consort moved her body and sat down firmly. She smiled proudly, not at all. Princess Ding coming to our palace brings light to our humble dwelling. I wonder if Prince Ding. Yili said with a smile, Prince Ding is also here. He went outside first and will come to greet old consort later. The virtuous consort praised Yili with a face full of smiles. Of course, the two people involved did not take these praises seriously. Although the virtuous consort was not young, she was of the same generation as Mo Xiuyao. She never expected the Prince of Ding to come and greet her in person. After exchanging greetings, Yili glanced at the people sitting in the pavilion. Almost all of them were acquaintances. However, Xiaoyang Grand Princess, Xiaoren Grand Princess, and old Madame Hua had not arrived yet. The southern marquise sitting in front stood up and gave Yili her seat. Yili thanked her with a smile. The southern marquise was the mother-in-law of the eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Zhen. Yili had a good impression of this eldest sister's husband. She smiled and chatted with the southern marquise. As she listened to the noblewomen casually talk about the gossip in the capital, Yili occasionally added a few words. Yili was puzzled to find that Yi Ying, who was sitting next to the virtuous consort, was almost completely silent. Sitting there all alone, she looked more like a beautiful puppet. Because of today, Yi Ying's dress was different from her usual elegant and refined appearance. She wore a bright red princess dress with gold peonies entwined around it. It made her look even more unnatural. It made people feel inexplicably uncomfortable just by looking at her. It had to be said that Yi Ying had been spoiled by Wang Shi to the point that she did not look like a legitimate daughter of a noble family at all. Wang Shi had spent all of Yi Ying's intelligence and time on learning the 4 arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, singing, and dancing. In fact, there were many noble ladies who did not know these things at all, or only picked 1 or 2 to learn. They had a good enough family background and did not have to worry about not being able to marry into a good family. It was better to have the reputation of being a talented girl. However, between the reputation of being a talented girl and the means of being in power, anyone would choose the latter. Speaking of which, Princess Ding and Ding haven't had a good talk in a long time. It's not good for us old women to have the princess consorts sit here with them. Accompany Princess Ding for a walk. The virtuous consort sensed Yi Li's gaze on Yi Ying and did not make things difficult for her. She directly ordered Yi Ying. Yi Ying looked at Yi Li and pursed her lips as she stood up. Yi Li stood up and smiled at the virtuous consort. Since that's the case, thank you for your consideration. Everyone, Yi Li will leave first. Chapter 118. Watching the 2 sisters leave, Nan Marquis Furan smiled. Speaking of which, this Princess Ding speaks in a gentle manner and has good manners. If she was a daughter of an ordinary family, who knows how aggrieved she would be. No wonder old Madame Hua praised Princess Ding so much. Everyone agreed. They all had daughters. If Princess Ding did not marry, who knew if it would be their daughter's turn to marry into the Ding King's residence? The Ding King's residence had a high status, but Prince Ding did not have any power in the court. Furthermore, he was a disabled person who could not walk. If their daughter, who they had painstakingly raised, were to marry into his residence, wouldn't their hearts ache? Therefore, towards Yi Li, who married into the Ding King's residence first, it was inevitable that they would feel sympathy and pity for her. Looking at this girl, she was only 15 or 16 years old. To be able to have such a calm and composed temperament after marrying such a husband, she was indeed not bad. On the contrary, Princess Consort Li, who was once envied by all the noble ladies in the capital, was a little disdainful. Wasn't she the #1 beauty who was proficient in the 4 arts? She did not even know when to advance or retreat when interacting with others. No one knew what Prince Leaf saw in her. She did not seem like she came from the same residence as Princess Ding. Of course, everyone only kept this evaluation in their hearts and would never say it in front of the virtuous consort Zhao. Yili brought Ying to walk in the garden. Although Yili tried her best to choose a remote place to walk, the two of them had different statuses and attracted a lot of attention. Fortunately, everyone knew their limits. They understood that Princess Ding and Princess Consort Li wanted to reminisce about the past and did not come forward to disturb them. Yili glanced at Yi Ying's aggrieved and resentful look and frowned. She asked helplessly, "What's the matter with you? Mo Jingli has not married Consort Ping yet. Who are you trying to show your resentful face to?" Yi Ying glared at her with resentment and said faintly, "Do you think Prince truly loves me?" Yili rolled her eyes in her heart. "If he truly loved you, there wouldn't be this scene, all right? Back then, he clearly said that he only liked me and would only treat me well." Yili tried her best not to let her numb face become distorted. Her heart twitched when she imagined Mo Jingli's expressionless face expressing his feelings to Yi Ying. "Young lady, how good must your eyesight be in order to make yourself believe that he's sincere to you? You don't even need to show me any expression. Why? Why has everything changed since we got married?" Yi Ying asked in a daze. Well. Yili felt that she was suddenly possessed by the Virgin Mary and wanted to comfort Yi Ying. Isn't there a saying? Marriage is the grave of love. Since you're already lying in the grave, don't think about the past. The sooner you die, the sooner you can reincarnate. Love? Don't be silly. That's something beyond the grave. Yi Ying was stunned by her sudden strange words. She lowered her eyes and muttered in a daze, "Grave. I really shouldn't have gotten married." Yili only wanted to slap her own mouth. She continued to talk nonsense without changing her expression, "Of course not. Men should get married when they're of age and women should get married when they're of age. Even if you don't go to this grave, you have to go to other graves. At least this one looks better, doesn't it? You see, these young ladies and young masters are all deeply affectionate before they get married. But have you read any novels about what happens after those scholars and beauties get married?" Yi Ying was stunned and shook her head. Yili said with a straight face, "That's right. Before marriage, both parties are in love with each other and have special feelings for each other. After marriage, there will be daily necessities. Don't be sad. At least 99% of the people in the capital live like this. No one will laugh at you." Yi Ying stared at Yili strangely, as if she never knew her. After a long time, she said unwillingly, "Why aren't you like this? There are only you and Prince Ding in the Ding Palace. Oh, young lady, are you envious of me?" Yili waved her hand and said, "Our situation is different. You see, if I ask you to marry our prince, you definitely won't agree, right? I guess most people won't agree. This way. Won't Prince be mine alone? Is it like this?" Yi Ying lowered her head and pondered. Yili was not interested in knowing what she was thinking about. She still remembered that she didn't really come to chat with Yi Ying and give her psychological counseling. Seeing Yi Ying lost in thought, Yili casually asked, "Speaking of which, I really didn't think that you would like Prince Li. I thought you would like a cultured and elegant young master." Yi Ying regained her senses and her face turned red. Biting her lips, she stared at her and said, "Are you here to blame me for stealing Prince Li or are you here to laugh at me?" "Don't, I'm here to thank you." Yili held her hand and acted like she was deeply in love. "Although we are not born from the same mother, we are still sisters, aren't we? Did fourth sister really think that I would fall out with you because of a man? In the past, I was only angry that you didn't tell me the truth. Although we weren't born well since young, when have I ever snatched the things you like from you? If you had told me properly at that time, we would have settled the engagement in private and wouldn't have caused such a commotion and made everyone lose face. Ying looked suspiciously at the sincere Yili in front of her. Thinking back, she had indeed taken many things from Yili since young, but Yili never said anything. It was just that at that time, she couldn't wait for Yili's engagement to be known by everyone so that she would lose face. Who would have thought that in the end, she would be the one to lose face? Thinking of this, even Yi Ying's prideful heart couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable, but she would never admit it. Yili didn't look at her expression and sighed regretfully. Speaking of which, I always thought that fourth sister would be matched with the capital's #1 scholar or something in the future, a perfect match. Really, the world makes fools of people. Yi Ying blushed. Of course, she had also fantasized about what her ideal husband would look like. She had also fantasized about a handsome man in white gently holding her hand and gazing at her with deep affection. However, later on, she met Prince Li. His identity as a prince and the joy of trampling Yili under his feet made her gradually forget her dreams. When she truly fell in love with Prince Li, she felt that it was just her childish thoughts when she was young. But now, the ideal husband that she truly loved treated her like this. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't treat me like this. Yi Ying had some vague thoughts in her heart. You really don't hate me. Yi Ying looked at her hesitantly. Yili smiled faintly and said, You said it last time, wasn't that father's idea? Maybe father thinks that I'm not suitable for Prince Li. But now it seems that father was right, Prince Li and I are indeed not suitable. I'm very satisfied with my current life, and Prince Ding is also very good. Looking at Yi Li's gentle and tolerant smile, the hesitation in Yi Ying's eyes gradually disappeared. She bit the corner of her lips with some grievance and said, Father didn't let me marry Prince Li because he knew that Prince Li would be like this, right? Mother always said that father and grandmother value you the most. Father must think that Prince Li isn't good, so he wants me to replace you. Yili looked at the sky. That's your mother wanting you to hate me, okay? How come I don't see that the two at home value me? Looking at Yi Ying, Yili felt some pity for Minister Yi. This was the precious daughter that he doted on and spoiled in the palm of his hand. Chapter 119. Who doesn't know that father dotes on you the most? Probably everyone makes mistakes. Do you still remember what father told you at that time? Yi Ying lowered her head and said softly, Father. Father said that Zhou Jijie and I are sisters, so Zhou Jijie naturally dotes on me more. If I marry Prince Li, I can also help Zhou Jijie a little. With Zhou Jijie around, no one dares to bully me. And if I don't marry Prince Li, I can only marry the son of an official in the court. If that was the case, if Yili married Prince Li, wouldn't she always be inferior to her? Yili nodded. If it wasn't for Prince Ding and her situation at that time, the emperor would never let the two daughters of the minister's manor marry the prince of the imperial family. But, just like that, Yili felt that something was wrong. Did her father really instigate his younger daughter to steal his elder daughter's fiancé just because he was too biased? It didn't make sense no matter how she thought about it. There must be something she didn't know. But looking at Yi Ying's appearance, she probably didn't know the truth. After so long, Yili had already understood a fact. Yi Ying looked arrogant and prideful, and her personality was really selfish. But if she was serious, her lethality was probably not as big as Yi Shan and Yi Lin. She was spoiled too much by Wang Shi, so she didn't learn her lesson. Even if old Madame Yi caught her and taught her a few lessons, she returned to her old ways after a few days. Thinking that she couldn't get any useful information from Yi Ying, Yili was ready to get up and leave, but she was pulled by Yi Ying. What should I do? Am I not your mother? Yili endured, you are Prince Li's wife. Even Princess Lingyun can't surpass your status. As long as you hold on to Mo Jingli's heart and don't let the virtuous old concubine hate you, life won't be so difficult. Yi Ying glared at her with dissatisfaction. She didn't want life to be difficult, she wanted to live a comfortable life. Yi Li helplessly took a deep breath and said, for example, right now, you need to accompany old imperial concubine to receive the guests and let others know that you are the legitimate Di-Fei of the Li Palace. Do you understand? If you have any questions, go back and ask grandmother. You don't think that I, who just got married and don't have any in-laws to serve, know more than grandmother, do you? Yi Li didn't feel guilty at all. Anyway, Madame Dowager would be happy to give her advice. But if you are unhappy, you can write to me. If there's anything you don't understand, I can help you secretly. After all, we are sisters, aren't we? So, if there's anything going on in the Yi family or the Li Palace, you must tell me secretly. After coaxing Yi Ying away, Yi Li let out a long sigh of relief. After chatting with Yi Ying for so long, she didn't get anything out of her. Young Master Feng-san, come out if you've heard enough. Yi Li said lightly as she glanced at the treetops on the side. Ha! The luxuriant treetops were pushed aside, revealing a gorgeous red robe. Princess Ding, we meet again. It's a pleasure to meet you. But, how did Princess Consort know it was this one? Yi Li glanced at him with a wooden expression. If young Master Feng-san doesn't dress so brightly and dazzlingly, and makes himself so fragrant. Fragrant. Feng Zhiyao raised the corner of his eye and raised his sleeve to smell. How could Suha Zhai's newest and most elegant magnolia fragrance be so fragrant? Wasn't it because he couldn't smell it when he got close? He, Feng-san, was a distinguished young master with good taste, not a vulgar idiot who wanted to pour all the fragrant powder on himself. Looking at Feng Zhiyao's stiff and unsightly face, Yi Li lowered her eyebrows and smiled faintly. Feng Zhiyao inspected his appearance and found that there was nothing that damaged his image as an elegant young master. Then, he attributed his exposure to Yi Li accidentally seeing the corner of his robe. With an intoxicated and narcissistic smile, he said, I didn't expect Princess Consort to be so concerned about this one. You could guess this one's identity just by seeing a small corner of my robe. It's really an honor. Young Master Feng-san. Yi Li raised her head and smiled. Didn't anyone teach you that you shouldn't play with your friend's wife? Or, should I pass on your words to the prince? Also, the reason why I'm sure it's young Master Feng-san is because in the entire capital, other than the bridegroom, no other man would dress so coquettishly. Feng Zhiyao's smile suddenly froze on his face and he almost fell from the tree. He helplessly shrugged and rubbed his stiff face, saying, all right, Feng-san knows his mistake. Please forgive me, Princess Consort. Yi Li nodded with tolerance. Feng Zhiyao turned his face to the side, his handsome face twisting. He finally knew why Mo Xiuya would marry Yi Li. They were like family. He had never seen a woman who could pretend better than Yi Li. Of course, he had never seen a man who could change his face better than Mo Xiuyao. Speaking of which, Princess Consort's analysis just now was really brilliant. Marriage is the grave of love. NN. Thinking of what he had just heard, Feng Zhiyao became proud again. Did Yao know what his dear Princess Consort was thinking? Yi Li didn't have a guilty conscience at all. She nodded seriously and said, Young Master Feng-san, you have to believe this consort. This is definitely a warning that has been tempered thousands of times. I believe that young Master Feng-san agrees with this consort's words. Otherwise, how could a young master still be unmarried at such an old age? Nonsense. This young master and Mo Xiuyao were the same age, all right. Rubbing his nose, Feng Zhiyao said with a bitter smile, I want to go to the grave, but it's a pity that she doesn't like me. A faint sadness flashed across his handsome face. Yili didn't know how to comfort someone who had a one-sided crush on her. She could only say, "There are plenty of fish in the sea." Feng Zhiyao smiled bitterly as he cupped his hands to express his thanks for comforting her. Yili didn't want to disturb his sadness and said, "Then I won't disturb young master any longer. Goodbye." AI. Feng Zhiyao looked at the woman who turned to leave without any hesitation. He said in a daze, "Your prince wanted me to come see you. He wants you to be careful." "Many thanks." "Be careful." Yili pondered as she slowly walked away. Feng Zhiyao angrily put the tree branch back to hide his figure. He grumbled, "What kind of person is this young master becoming? You even have to order me around for such a small matter. Are you worried that you won't come see for yourself? Mo Xiuyao, the reward you give better be worthy of this young master's contributions, otherwise." Just as she returned to the garden, Hua Tianxiang pulled Qin Zheng and Murong Ting over happily. "Yili, are you all right?" Qin Zheng pulled on Yili and asked with concern. Hua Tianxiang smiled and said, "Zheng, I already told you not to worry. How can this fellow not be all right? Who in the capital doesn't know of Princess Ding's illustrious reputation? She can make the Xiling princess squat on the ground and cry just by scaring her." "Li Li, good job." Murong Ting patted Yili's shoulder and praised loudly. She was also very regretful. It's a pity that this young lady didn't see what happened that day. "Li Li, let's compete in archery when we have time." Yili waved her hand and said with a smile, "No need, I'm just scaring a little girl. I don't dare to compete in swordsmanship with General Murong's beloved daughter. Wouldn't that be showing off in front of an expert?" Murong Ting didn't buy it. This young lady doesn't believe it. In short, we must compete. Chapter 120. Alright, Ting, can you say something else? Do you want to be chased and beaten by General Murong again? Qin Zheng said with a headache. Murong Ting snorted discontentedly. "Zheng, you only know how to use my father to scare me." Yili looked curiously at Qin Zheng and Hua Tianxiang. Unfortunately, the two of them kept silent under Murong Ting's threatening gaze. Hua Tianxiang gave her a look that said, "We'll talk about it later." Qin Zheng pulled Yili and smiled. "Ever since Li got married, other than Tianxiang, we haven't seen Li Yili smiled apologetically. "Recently, there were some small matters in the Fu, so I didn't go out. In a few days, can you come to the Ding King Fu to play?" The four of them found a place with fewer people and sat down. Qin Zheng and the other two asked about Yili's newlywed life with concern. Yili didn't want her friends to worry and picked out some fun and happy things to talk about. Hua Tianxiang said enviously, "Li is still the happiest. Those people who are afraid of marrying into the Ding King Fu can't think straight. Look at how comfortable Li's life is now. The moment she enters the door, she is the mistress of the household. She is simple and has less scheming. Prince Ding doesn't even have a concubine to sleep with." Murong Ting nodded in agreement. Tianxiang is right. Prince Ding is indeed a good person. This person worshipped the Ding King Fu without any principles. Qin Zheng looked at Yili with a faint worry in her eyes. Yili smiled and held her hand to express that she was fine. Only then did Qin Zheng nod slightly. A few friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time were chatting happily. Yili also temporarily threw those annoying questions to the back of her mind and chatted with her three friends. Suddenly, a sharp scream came from somewhere. Murong Ting jumped up from the stool and looked around vigilantly to find the source of the sound. Yili frowned and pointed in a direction. "It seems to be coming from there." The four of them looked at each other. That seemed to be the resting place of the womenfolk. The four of them were not the only ones who heard the scream. At least half of the people in the garden heard it. At this time, many people were curiously walking over. Ting whispered, "This time, the bride and groom are fine. What about the guests? The Li Prince Mansion's wedding must have been disliked by the heavens, right?" Qin Zheng covered her mouth and glared at her fiercely. "Can you talk nonsense about this kind of thing?" "Let's go and have a look," Hua Tianxiang said, raising her eyebrows. It would be a waste not to watch the liveliness in the Li Palace. There was an exquisite little courtyard that was connected to the front yard. The Li Palace had arranged for the womenfolk to rest here. There was only one entrance to the completely independent courtyard that led to the garden. This prevented the guests in the front courtyard from accidentally bumping into the womenfolk, and also prevented the guests from disturbing the womenfolk living in the manor. By the time Yi Li's group of four reached the entrance of the courtyard, many people had already entered. Yi Li stood at the entrance and looked around. Hua Tianxiang asked in a low voice, "Li, what's wrong?" Yi Li shook her head and whispered with a smile, "I don't know what happened. That woman who screamed just now was really loud. In this kind of courtyard, if it was in the room, it was impossible for half of the garden to hear it. Therefore, the biggest possibility was that someone deliberately stood in the courtyard and screamed to attract people over. Let's go to the back." "There's no need to rush to watch the liveliness," Yi Li whispered. Hua Tianxiang looked at her in confusion. Although she did not know why she said this, she did not object. Instead, he and Qin Jing grabbed Ting, who wanted to rush forward, from the left and the right. Heavens, how could this be? As soon as they stepped into the reception pavilion, they saw two girls come out in a panic with red faces. One of them said, "Quickly send someone to invite the virtuous consort." The four of them looked at each other. Something really happened. Ting said, "Zheng, you wait outside. I'll go in and take a look first." Yi Li grabbed her and said calmly, "Murong, you accompany Zheng and Tianxiang. I'll go in and take a look." Seeing the two girls' faces as red as apples, Yi Li could almost guess what had happened inside. No matter what, she was a close person. If Ting, an unmarried daughter, saw something she should not see, then it would not be good. Qin Zheng and Hua Tianxiang were also clever. They understood Yi Li's meaning after thinking about it. Hua Tianxiang said, "Why don't we wait?" There was no hurry to watch the liveliness. Yi Li shook her head. "I'll go and take a look first." She was most worried that Yi Ying, that idiot, did something she should not have done. And as Li Wangfei's sister, it was not right for her to stand by and do nothing at this time. "Don't worry, you wait here. The virtuous consort should be here soon." Turning inside, there were many people standing at the door of one of the rooms. They all stood at the door with strange expressions, not knowing whether to enter or leave. Yi Li swept a glance. Most of them were young women, and there were a few young daughters-in-law. Those of high status were accompanied by the virtuous consort to talk. Those who could manage the household and were steady found a place to gather and talk. At this moment, most of the people playing outside were young girls and young women. Seeing Yi Li walk in, someone finally recovered. "Ding, greetings to Princess Ding." A woman dressed as a young woman saw Yi Li and hurriedly bowed. Although she tried to be elegant, she could not hide the embarrassment on her face. "Greetings to Princess Ding." Everyone hurriedly bowed. Yi Li looked at everyone who had different expressions on their faces. Then, she heard a series of moans and gasps coming from the half-closed door. Speechless, she went forward and closed the half-closed door under everyone's shocked gazes. She calmly said, "Let's go out first. The virtuous consort and Li Wangfei should be here soon." Everyone blushed in shame. It was not that they did not understand the principle of not listening to indecent things, but they were dumbfounded by this strange situation. Everyone could not quietly come and quietly leave as if nothing had happened, right? Wang Fei is right. Let's go quickly, a woman said. The others agreed. Unfortunately, there was someone who didn't want to let this matter go smoothly. A servant girl appeared out of nowhere and rushed over while crying. Princess. Princess is inside. Clang. The door that had been closed was pushed open by the Yahuan. The scene inside was unobstructed. The women present were petrified. Princess. Heavens, what had happened to them? Yili calmly looked at her left hand that had missed and silently took it back. All right, she was being nosy. But that damned Yahuan dared to touch her. So what if she knew martial arts? Ah! Hearing it was one thing, but seeing it was another. The young misses that finally recovered from their shock couldn't help but scream. Instantly, ear-piercing screams filled the room. Yili helplessly wanted to rub her ears. Pitiful little girls, go back and drink a few thousand calming tea. Fortunately, even though the people inside were very focused, they were still able to notice such a large commotion when the door was pushed open and a person rushed in. So the moment the door was pushed open, the people inside quickly grabbed the blankets and tightly wrapped the two people inside. Actually, it was fine. There was still a veil screen in front of the window. Yili silently thought. Chapter 121. But the intruder girl obviously didn't want to let go of ruining her master's reputation. She instantly let out an even more shrill cry. Prince, what did you do to the princess? Was there a need to do this? The servant girl's shrill cries instantly extinguished the screams of the noble maidens outside. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Which prince and which princess were these? They deeply felt that the Li Palace had never looked at the almanac for the wedding. What happened here? Xian Zhao, old concubine, finally rushed over with people. Seeing the crowd at the door, she asked in a deep voice. Xian Zhao, old concubine, also knew that it was probably not a good thing. There were not many people who came with her. Only a few of them seemed to be hard to refuse. But in Yi Li's eyes, there was no difference. Old concubine, here. Yi Li hesitated and said, let the young ladies go out to rest first. Xian Zhao, old concubine, looked at Yi Li with a flicker in her eyes. She nodded and said, Princess is right. The young ladies have been frightened. Please go out to have a cup of tea and rest for a while. Everyone naturally agreed. One by one, the young ladies left the place with a strange atmosphere. Yi Li followed the crowd and prepared to leave with the crowd. But she was stopped by Yi Ying, who was standing beside Xian Zhao, old concubine. Third sister, can you stay? We don't know what happened here. Xian Zhao, old concubine, also nodded and said, yes, it's good that Princess Ding is here. If anything happens, she can be a witness. Let's go in and take a look. Yi Li didn't know what expression she should show. She laughed dryly and said, in that case, it's better to ask the two inside to tidy up and then come out to meet us. Xian Zhao, old concubine's expression changed slightly. She shouted in a deep voice, impudent, come out. A sobbing sound came from inside, followed by the sound of people scrambling around. Not long after, a tall figure followed by a petite girl came out from behind the screen. Lear, why are you here? Old concubine Xian Zhao says harshly. The tall man's clothes are messy and his face is ashen. If he is not Imo Jingli, who should be entertaining guests in the front hall? Prince! Yi Ying screamed, pointing at the two people who came out. Her delicate body was on the verge of collapse. Everyone's gaze shifted from Mo Jingli to the woman behind him. Just like Mo Jingli, the woman's clothes were disheveled and her hair was disheveled. Her coquettish eyes were still filled with tears. Some ambiguous light red marks extended from her neck to her collar. Princess Xixia. The voice of the Marquis Nan standing next to Consort Dowager trembled slightly. Even though the Emperor had not officially taken Princess Xixia as a consort, how could they, the noble families with their own information channels, not know that the palace was preparing for the coronation ceremony? Even the Ministry of Rites had decided on the title. Looking at Princess Ding who was supporting Yi Ying, the Marquis Nan immediately made up her mind. Consort Dowager, Princess Ding, it's really inconvenient here. Let's go out first. Yi Li nodded, Madam is right. Consort Dowager, let's go out first. Consort Xian Zhao glanced at Mo Jingli and Princess Xixia with an ugly expression. She nodded, Princess Ding is right. Let's go out first. Tidy up and come out immediately. When they returned to the hall, the other womenfolk had been sent to other courtyards to rest by Consort Dowager. Yi Li and the others naturally could not leave for a while. Seeing the stiff and ugly expressions of the Marquis Nan and the other madams who came with Consort Xian Zhao, Yi Li felt much better. Anyway, she had nothing to do with it. She could just treat it as watching a play. Yi Ying sat next to Consort Xian Zhao and sobbed, making the originally gloomy and stagnant flower hall even more gloomy and depressed. Consort Xian Zhao was impatient with her crying. She glanced at her and said coldly, Shut up. You only know how to cry. Yi Ying did not care that Consort Dowager was angry. This sudden incident was the biggest blow to her. What was more devastating than her beloved husband rolling around in bed with another woman on the same day as his wife? Prince did this kind of thing. Why did Consort Dowager scold me? It's not my fault. Consort Xian Zhao said impatiently, Shut up and sit aside. Such a big thing had happened. Even if Consort Xian Zhao wanted to hide it, she could not. Moreover, there were too many people here today. Just by looking at the expressions of the womenfolk on the way here, they knew that most of them knew what had happened here. Consort Xian Zhao would not deceive herself. She directly sent people to the front hall to invite a few royal relatives who were close to Li Wangfu over. At the same time, she sent someone to quickly report to the Empress Dowager who had not left the palace to support her son's wedding. When the royal relatives came over, Mo Jingli and Princess Xixia were almost done tidying up and walked out one after the other. Yi Ying saw that although Princess Xixia had carefully washed up, her eyes were still full of love and she looked shy after making love. She wanted to pounce on her and tear her apart. You slut! Princess Xixia looked at Yi Ying who was pouncing on her and screamed in fright. She took a step back and fell into Mo Jingli's arms. Yi Ying's eyes immediately turned red with anger. You adulterous couple! You bitch, I'm going to kill you. Everyone hurriedly pulled Yi Ying back, comforting her. It was such a mess that the few people who had just entered the door frowned. Yi Li turned back and saw Mo Xiaoyao come in. She smiled faintly and ignored the mess at the side. She slowly walked over. Why are you here? Mo Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow and looked at Consort Xian Zhao who was sitting on the main seat with an ashen face. Consort Xian Zhao had invited a few of Mo Jingli's uncles and imperial brothers. Among them, the Prince of Dinghua, who had the highest rank, could not be left out. Moreover, Princess Ding was already here. There was no difference if Prince Ding was added. Jingli! What the hell are you doing? An old prince with a white beard and an extraordinary aura was so angry that his beard was blown up. He snorted and pointed at Yi Ying who was crying at the side. This is the princess that you want to marry no matter what. And this, today, is your wedding. You invited so many people. What is the meaning of this? You've disgraced your imperial father and imperial brother. Mo Jingli's face was ashen. The corner of his mouth moved, but he did not say anything in the end. This old prince was only the late emperor's elder brother who was still alive. He was also the only uncle of Mo Jingqi and his brother. Naturally, he had great power. Even Mo Jingli did not dare to disobey this uncle. Another prince who was a few years younger pulled back the angry old prince and said, "Second brother, calm down. Let's sit down and listen to what Jingli has to say. Don't scare the child." This one's temper was obviously much better, but he also looked at Mo Jingli with displeasure. The remaining two were Mo Jingli's elder brothers. In the early years, for the sake of the throne, they did not have a good relationship with Mo Jingli and his brother. After listening to their two uncles, they found a place to sit down and watch the show. Chapter 122. Why is Li here? Mo Xiaoyao asked softly. Yi Li looked at him helplessly. I just happened to bump into her. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and did not ask more. He pulled Yi Li to sit beside him. Other than the sobbing Yi Ying and Mo Xiaoyao, who had a calm expression and half covered his face, everyone else in the hall was probably very embarrassed. After all, what they were going to talk about now was rather unusual. What was even more unusual was the people involved. One was the younger brother of the current emperor, and the other was the emperor's chosen future concubine. Although the imperial family had seen all kinds of dark and filthy things, everyone knew to cover their faces. But at least everyone knew that they had to find a cloth to cover their shame. It was rare to see something like this happen in public and spread to almost all the noble ladies in the capital in an instant. Shut up. What are you crying for? The old prince was also annoyed by the never-ending voices. He slammed the table and scolded angrily. Yi Ying was startled, and her crying stopped immediately. She stared blankly at the old prince with a face full of tears and did not dare to speak. The old prince snorted softly and then looked at the virtuous consort. Consort, what is going on? Something like this has happened, the emperor. How would he explain it to the emperor? The old prince also knew why the virtuous consort Zhao had invited them over. The emperor would definitely be angry if such a thing happened. Mo Jingli had committed adultery with the emperor's concubine. Even killing him would be a light punishment. But, the virtuous consort certainly did not want Prince Li to die. The Empress Dowager certainly did not want this. The Emperor probably did not want this either. Also, the Emperor probably did not want to offend Nanzhao right now. Then, they had to plead for Prince Li and give the Emperor a way out. The virtuous consort sighed and said, I don't know what happened either. I just heard that something had happened here and hurried over. I saw. Yi Ying snorted and said shrilly, what else could have happened? Wasn't it this slut who seduced the prince? Yi Ying. Old concubine Xian Zhao frowned and stared at Yi Ying sternly. Pay attention to your status. Don't treat yourself like those uneducated shrews. If you don't want to stay here, go back to your room. Yi Ying bit the corner of her lips and turned her head away without saying anything. The old prince frowned and looked at Mo Jingli, who was standing in the middle of the hall, and asked, Jingli, you should be greeting the guests in the front yard at this time. Why are you in the ladies' resting area? Don't tell me you've forgotten the basic etiquette after getting married. Mo Jingli had always been cold and arrogant. He had probably never encountered such an embarrassing situation in his life. Moreover, this was in front of Mo Xiaoyao, his enemy since childhood, and Yi Li, whom he thought he had abandoned. This realization made him feel even more embarrassed. His entire face was filled with boundless anger. Someone sent a message to invite I over. So, after coming over, you made love with the emperor's concubine in bed? The young prince sitting on the side sneered. The ridicule in his eyes was obvious. These princes and Yi Li had met once before. The man who spoke was Mo Xiuyao's half-brother, Prince Yi, Mo Jingyi. Mo Jingli's face was gloomy as he shot daggers at him. Mo Jingyi didn't care. He sneered and simply raised his head to look at the roof. Who sent the message? Who did you come to see? Even you can't enter the ladies' resting area without permission. Don't you know this rule? Uncle Wang on the side also frowned and questioned. Everyone was in a bad mood. They were just attending a wedding and encountering this kind of situation. If it was an ordinary girl, they could just let Mo Jingli take her in. However, it was a princess, and a princess who had already been selected to be the emperor's concubine. After being dragged in by old concubine Xian Zhao, they had to get involved in this muddy water even if they didn't want to. At this time, everyone looked at Princess Xixia like they were looking at a slut. How could Princess Xixia not know what everyone's expressions meant? She hurriedly shook her head and said, "No. It wasn't me. I never sent a message to Prince." The old prince snorted. He stroked his white beard and cast a sidelong glance at Princess Xixia, saying, "You didn't. Then how did Prince Li happen to be in the princess room?" At that time, if the ladies weren't drinking tea and chatting, then the young girls would be playing in the garden. Why did the princess happen to be in the room? More importantly, Xiaoyang didn't seem to have come to the wedding banquet. Then why is the princess here? The old prince threw out questions one after another, seeming a bit aggressive. However, everyone who wasn't in a good mood clearly didn't have the energy to sympathize with Princess Xixia, this foreign princess. Princess Xixia shook her head in a panic. She didn't have the arrogance she had seen before. Looking in panic at the expressionless people in the parlor, Princess Xixia's eyes suddenly lit up. She pointed in a direction and said, "It's her. She must have framed me and the prince." Yi Li, who had been shot while lying down, realized that her guess from a few days ago hadn't been wrong. All foreign princesses had problems with their brains. Put down your hand. Otherwise, I don't mind if you never use your hand again in this lifetime. Mo Xiuyao looked calmly at the agitated Princess Xixia and said coolly. Princess Xixia couldn't help but shiver. She unconsciously moved closer to Mo Jingli and didn't see the resentment that flashed through Yi Ying's eyes. In the Dechu state, she is the only one I have a grudge against. Princess Xixia bit her lip and said, and Prince Li also has a grudge against her. This is something everyone knows. Princess Xixia wasn't stupid. She knew very well that if she was thought to have seduced Prince Li, with her status as the future imperial concubine, even if the Dechu state killed her, Nanzhao wouldn't stand up for her. Therefore, she had to push all the responsibility away. But at this moment, she really couldn't figure out who wanted to repay her. Of the people present, only Yi Li had a grudge against her. Therefore, pushing the blame onto her was the best choice. Princess Ding. Everyone stilled. Yi Li helplessly sighed and softly said, "Princess, His Highness and I only arrived at the prince's mansion with His Highness in the afternoon. After that, we went to see the old imperial concubine and the other madams. Around the afternoon, fourth sister and I left. We chatted in the garden for less than a quarter of an hour. After that, we met up with the three young ladies of the Hua Mansion, Qin Mansion, and General Murong's mansion. After that, we stayed in the garden to chat. There were many misses in the garden. I believe that everyone can testify. Also, when we found the two of you, it wasn't even 5 in the afternoon. In other words, it wasn't even 2 hours since I arrived at the Li Wangfu. In reality, the only thing that could make people suspicious was the time I spent with fourth sister. That is, it was 5 in the afternoon. Princess Xixia didn't seem to have received the invitation and arrived at the Wangfu before me and Prince. May I ask, what does Princess think this consort needs to know that Princess is in the Li Wangfu and your exact whereabouts in a short 15 minutes and then have someone send a message to lure Prince Li over? Yi Li's words not only clearly explained her whereabouts, it also washed away the suspicion of her collusion with Yi Ying. Princess Consort still missed out a bit, and still needs to deduct Prince Li's and Princess Consort's time. Therefore, Princess Consort Ding doesn't even have a quarter of an hour. Chapter 123. Hearing this, everyone looked at Princess Xixia with even more unkind expressions. She had done something so shameless, yet she still dared to accuse Princess Ding first. Princess Xixia froze. She didn't really hope to convict Yi Li just like this. She only hoped to stall for time to let her breathe. She didn't think that Yi Li would expose her lie right there and then. Princess Xixia, who didn't know what to do, could only cry bitterly, woo woo. It really has nothing to do with me, enough. The silent Mo Jingli stared at Yi Li for a long time. He suddenly said in a low voice, "You don't need to force her anymore. I will take responsibility." Bang! The old prince slammed the table in anger. He glared at Mo Jingli, his face green and white. His finger trembled as he pointed at him. "Bastard. You'll take responsibility. What responsibility? What do you think you're doing? A man dares to take responsibility for his actions." Mo Jingyi giggled as he walked up to support the old prince. He giggled as he said, "Imperial uncle, calm your anger. Li Wang probably forgot that Princess Xixia is Imperial brother's Imperial concubine Xia, our brother's sister-in-law. Calm your anger, calm your anger." If he hadn't said anything, the old prince wouldn't have been so angry. Now that he said this, the old prince's anger reached another level. "Bastard thing. What happened to your sense of propriety, justice, integrity, and honor? Forget it. I won't care about this matter. I can't care. You can do whatever you want." In a fit of anger, the old prince threw away his responsibility. The virtuous concubine hurriedly comforted, "Prince, calm your anger. Jingli is insensible, that's why he said such disgraceful words. As his uncle, Prince, please don't blame him. Your Majesty. Your Majesty." The old prince glanced at her, softly snorting, "Insensible. He really is insensible. Isn't it because you've spoiled him? Look at the things he's done this year. Which one of them is something a normal person would do? I think that sooner or later, he will be able to pierce through the sky." Ever since Mo Jingli insisted on breaking off the engagement, the old prince had been very dissatisfied with this nephew of his. The engagement was bestowed by the late emperor when he was still alive, and the other party was the granddaughter of the Su family. As long as that Miss Yi didn't do anything serious, you should endure it no matter how dissatisfied you are. Now, it seemed that this third young Miss Yi was fine. On the contrary, it was the fourth young Miss Yi that he wanted to marry who was not presentable. Old concubine Xian Zhao hid the displeasure in her eyes and could only try her best to smile at the old prince. The emperor didn't need them to say anything. If they really let Mo Jingli pass by like this, the emperor's anger would probably cause him to lose a layer of skin even if he didn't die. When the old prince finally put out the fire, he continued to ask, "Where did the messenger go? Don't tell me you don't remember what he looks like. Also, who brought Princess Xixia in? A few days ago, there were rumors about Prince Li and Princess Xixia." Xiaoyang Princess was very polite. After the emperor gave the decree, she kept Princess Xixia from going out. Even this time, Xiaoyang Princess didn't come to Mo Jingli's wedding. Then how did Princess Xixia come? I. Princess Xixia said in a wronged voice, "When I came, the the people at the door didn't stop me. She had come early and had come to the Li Palace many times before. Many people in the Li Palace knew her. So even though she didn't have an invitation, the people in the palace didn't stop her. The steward of the Li Palace came in to report that he had found some spices used to liven things up in the room. The people in the room were speechless. Princess Xixia had come to the Li Palace by herself, but the servants of the Li Palace didn't report to the master and didn't know. And Mo Jingli didn't know what was going on. After hearing the message, he completely ignored the rules between men and women and came to where the womenfolk were resting. Then, this wasn't a coincidence, this was melodramatic. Yili silently said in her heart. It seemed that the beauty that the emperor hadn't gotten was destined to fly away this time. Alright, wait for the Empress Dowager to come before dealing with it. Also, quickly send someone to inform Zhaoyang Princess to take Princess Xixia back. The old prince said impatiently. He turned around to look at Mo Xiaoyao and added, Xiaoyao, what do you think? Mo Xiaoyao's smile was gentle and polite. Prince is the elder. Everything will be decided by you. The other people also quickly expressed that they would follow the old prince's lead. Fortunately, the Empress Dowager was still very concerned about her youngest son. Before Zhaoyang Princess arrived, the Empress Dowager had already arrived. Of course, this was also because the Li Palace was the closest palace to the Imperial Palace. The Empress Dowager was wearing a bright yellow phoenix robe. She angrily rushed in and said, Aijia hasn't even left the palace and you've already sent someone to say that something has happened. What has happened on such a happy day? Haven't you lost enough face at the last wedding? On the side, Yi Ying's face paled. It was a pity that she didn't dare to face the Empress Dowager directly. She could only hide on the side and not make a sound. Everyone stood up to greet her. The Empress Dowager sat down and listened to the old prince and Xian Zhao Taifei recount what had happened. Without waiting for the two to finish, the Empress Dowager was already furious. She fiercely scolded Mo Jingli. When the Empress Dowager scolded her son, she naturally didn't dare to interrupt and could only listen. A few madams who had nothing to do with this matter wished that they could bet their ears and secretly swore in their hearts that they would not come to the Li Palace again after a few days. When the Empress Dowager finally finished venting her anger, Mo Jingli and Princess Xixia were kneeling on the ground, begging for forgiveness. The Empress Dowager looked at Mo Jingli for a long time. Her expression finally softened. She gave a long sigh and said to the old prince, Brother Wang, what do you think should be done? The old prince stroked his beard and said, Since the Empress Dowager has graced us with her presence, this matter should naturally be decided by the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager's expression was somewhat sorrowful as she sighed and said, This matter really has damaged the Emperor's face. Even if Aijia comes out to plead for leniency, I'm afraid it will be difficult to appease the Emperor's anger. The old prince naturally understood what the Empress Dowager meant, speaking of which, Jingli did such a shameful thing. It's because us uncles didn't discipline him properly. I and Brother Wang will personally go to the palace to plead for Jingli. We only hope that the Emperor will give I this face. The Empress Dowager smiled gratefully and said, Brother Wang is the Emperor's most respected uncle. The Emperor will definitely not disrespect Brother Wang. Quickly thank your uncle. Mo Jingli said in a deep voice, Jingli thanks uncle. Thank you Uncle Wang. The old prince gave a snort and didn't pay attention to him. Receiving the old prince's promise, the Empress Dowager was naturally very satisfied. Even though the old prince didn't care about court affairs, he had a lot of prestige among the imperial relatives. As long as he was willing to plead for leniency, most of the princes would give him face. Even if the emperor was angry, it wouldn't be good to punish him heavily. Xian Zhao Taifei was also very satisfied. Looking at Mo Jingli and Princess Xixia, she asked in a quiet voice, Empress Dowager Jijie, this Princess Shixia, what do you think? The Empress Dowager furrowed her brows and said, Ijia will go back and discuss with the Emperor. After a few days, we'll think of a way to let her enter the family. The Empress Dowager didn't hide these words from the noblewomen present. Princess Shixia's status was different. Unless she didn't need to see anyone for the rest of her life, this matter would spread sooner or later. Now that she had spoken, everyone present was smart and naturally knew what to say and what not to say. Chapter 124. I don't agree. I also don't agree. Two female voices came from inside and outside, causing everyone to be stunned. The person inside was naturally the pale-faced Yi Ying, who was on the verge of collapse. Outside, Princess Lingyun was wearing a red dress that was as beautiful as fire. Her red veil was lifted up, but it did not come down. Her almond eyes were currently releasing flames. She stood at the door and looked up at the people in the hall as she said, "This princess does not agree. You Eastern Chu people should not think of humiliating this princess like this." Beside Princess Lingyun, Lei Tingfeng swept his eyes over the people in the audience and said in a cold voice, "Empress Dowager, isn't Eastern Chu going too far by doing this?" Before one wave had subsided, another wave came. Before anyone could speak, Princess Lingyun had already walked into the hall with large steps to Mo Jingli and Princess Shixia's side. In front of everyone, she quickly and fiercely slapped Princess Shixia's face. Slut! Half of Princess Shixia's face turned red and there was even a trace of blood coming from the corner of her lips. As if she still felt that it wasn't enough, Princess Lingyun raised her head to slap her again, but she was grabbed by Mo Jingli. "Have you caused enough trouble?" Princess Lingyun gave a disdainful laugh. She threw off Mo Jingli's hand and said with a cold smile, "No matter how much trouble this princess causes, I would not shamelessly seduce the groom at someone else's wedding. This kind of trash is actually a country's princess. You really are losing face for all princesses. I heard that you've been clinging to King Li since the beginning. You could hook up with whoever you wanted before, this princess did not care. But doing this kind of thing at this princess' wedding is provoking this princess." The Empress Dowager knit her brows and said in a deep voice, "Princess Lingyun, King Li and Princess Shixia were innocent and refrained. If you have any dissatisfaction, this widow will have King Li apologize to you. Right now, in front of all these princes and madams, don't cause trouble." Princess Lingyun gave a cold laugh. She raised her hand to take off the red veil on her head and threw it to the ground as she said, "Apologize. This princess can't accept it. This princess doesn't want to marry anymore. What do you guys want to do? Anyway, if there's this bitch, there won't be me, and if there's me, there won't be her." Xian Zhao, old concubine, said, "What does princess want?" Princess Lingyun said proudly, "Let King Li kill this bitch personally, and this princess can pretend that nothing happened." What? Everyone was shocked. Mo Jingli shielded Princess Shixia behind him. He stared at Princess Lingyun and said, "Are you crazy? She is the princess of Nanzhao. So what? I am the princess of Xiling. How could this princess be afraid of a mere Nanzhao small country?" Princess Lingyun raised her eyebrows. Lei Tingfeng coldly looked at everyone and said, "It seems like Lingyun was right. Eastern Chu does not place my Doling in their eyes. Since that's the case, I don't think there's a need to hold today's wedding. Prince Li, don't you agree?" Mo Jingli remained silent. Princess Lingyun coldly snorted and said, "Brother Wang, now you see. They don't place us in their eyes at all." Lei Tingfeng indifferently looked at Princess Lingyun and said, "Pack up your things, we're going back. Immediately go to the palace and say goodbye to the Eastern Emperor Chu. We'll leave in a bit." "Yes." Princess Lingyun disdainfully looked at Princess Xixia and Mo Jingli. Her eyes did not have the shame of the wedding being abandoned halfway. It was clear that she was very satisfied with this. Your Highness, this matter can be discussed. This is related to the relationship between our two countries, so Your Highness shouldn't be impulsive. The old prince gave a sigh and stood up to persuade him. Lei Tingfeng indifferently said, "Many thanks for Prince's concern, but Eastern Chu has gone too far in this matter. It wasn't my shilling that was rude first. I believe that even if we go to the Eastern Emperor Chu, it won't be our fault. Prince Ding, Princess Ding. I ask the two of you to uphold justice. Don't the two of you agree?" Yili secretly hated Lei Tingfeng for slyly dragging them into this. In front of everyone's eyes, she revealed a somewhat reserved smile and said, "Your Highness, this matter is indeed His Highness King Li and Princess Xixia's fault, but there are still many questions that have not been answered. The most important thing is that this matter was an accident. Our Eastern Chu's sincerity towards your country is without a doubt. This point, I believe Your Highness won't deny it, right? Didn't you bring Princess Lingyun here for a marriage alliance? I don't believe you're willing to bring her back." The old prince looked at Yili with praise and said with a smile, "Princess Ding is right. If King Li has let down Princess Lingyun, we will do our best to make it up to Princess Lingyun. If this affects the friendship between our two countries, that is not good. I ask Your Highness to reconsider." Seeing Lei Tingfeng reveal a thoughtful expression, Princess Lingyun knit her brows and anxiously said, "Royal brother." Lei Tingfeng glanced at her indifferently, then looked at the Empress Dowager and said, "Lingyun is the princess that imperial uncle dotes on the most. When she's at home, no one can bear to let her suffer the slightest grievance. I wonder how Eastern Chu wants to make it up to Lingyun." Princess Lingyun slightly trembled and revealed a trace of disappointment on her face. However, under Lei Tingfeng's indifferent gaze, she did not dare speak again. The Empress Dowager said in a deep voice, "What kind of compensation does Your Highness want?" Lei Tingfeng's eyes flashed and he said in a clear voice, "The future King Li's successor must be born from Lingyun. Most importantly, Princess Xixia could never have the status of a concubine or anything above a concubine. She can never have King Li's flesh and blood." Once these words were said, everyone present, no matter if they were male or female, old or young, couldn't help being stunned. They looked at Lei Tingfeng with eyes filled with surprise and dissatisfaction. No one dared to believe that Lei Tingfeng dared to raise such a bold condition. It had to be known that King Li had already married his first wife before marrying Princess Lingyun. Lei Tingfeng's condition was clearly asking that King Li's first wife, who was of noble birth in the Dechu state, could not give birth to King Li's heir before Princess Lingyun. The most important thing was that having a royal descendant with the Western Tomb's bloodline was not something that any member of the royal family would be happy to see. "This is impossible." Without even thinking, the Empress Dowager sternly refused. Lei Tingfeng raised his brows and said with a smile, "Since it's like this, then there's nothing more to say. Goodbye. As for today's humiliation, I, De Ling, will remember it in my heart." After speaking, he turned and pulled Princess Lingyun, saying, "Let's go." Princess Lingyun had originally thought that this marriage would continue. She hadn't thought that her royal brother would give her such a pleasant surprise. Of course, she didn't say anything else. She glanced at Mo Xiaoyao and Yili who were sitting on the side listening, and turned to quickly follow Lei Tingfeng. On the day of King Li's marriage, the bride's cousin immediately pulled the bride and left. No one knew if the matter of King Li and Princess Xixia had spread through the capital, but the news of Princess Lingyun abandoning King Li and leaving on the day of the wedding had spread through the capital in an extremely short amount of time. Lei Tingfeng brought Princess Lingyun back to the embassy. He sent people to lock up the joyous Princess Lingyun in a room and didn't allow her to come out. Then, he swung his arm and placed her in the deepest part of the embassy. He kicked the door open and entered. In the room with dim candlelight, the black-clothed woman was leisurely leaning against the soft couch and reading a book. When she saw him enter, she slowly sat up and said with a smile, "You're back. Was Ling Yun's wedding fun?" "Pa." Lei Tingfing stared at her for a long time. Suddenly, he fiercely slapped her face that was covered by the veil. "Slut! I told you not to act rashly." The black-clothed woman fell back onto the soft couch because of this sudden violence. When she recovered, she raised her head and fiercely glared at the man in front of her. She gritted her teeth and said, "Lei Tingfeng." Chapter 125. Slut. What do you want to do? Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Lei Tingfeng's gloomy eyes contained a ruthless aura, and the words that came out of his mouth did not have a trace of warmth. The black-clothed woman froze and quickly reacted. She chuckled and said, "You brought Ling Yun back, right? Ha, ha, in any case, you didn't agree to the marriage alliance with the Dechu state. Isn't this what you wanted? What are you unhappy about now? You idiot!" Lei Tingfeng angrily scolded, "Who do you think you are? There are many hidden talents in Dongchu's capital. Who do you think you can fool with your little tricks? Get up, we will immediately leave the capital." "Leave?" The black-clothed woman froze and there was some hesitation in her eyes. Lei Tingfeng coldly laughed and said, "It's fine if you don't want to leave. In a moment, I will send someone to send you to the Prince Ding mansion. Haven't you always been thinking about Imo Xiuyao? Don't worry, when we return to Xiling, this prince will properly explain for you." "No!" The black-clothed woman screamed and stood up. She grabbed Lei Tingfeng and said, "I'll go with you." No one understood Imo Xiuyao better than she did. If she really fell into his hands, she would definitely die without a sound. Lei Tingfeng disdainfully pushed her hand away and turned to leave. Bold, afraid of death, and greedy woman, the wedding at the Li Palace had become a ridiculous farce without any accidents. What was worse was that the bride had run away before the wedding had even begun. Very quickly, the Li Palace's masters, including King Li, Princess Consort Li, and Consort Xian Zhao Dowager, were all summoned into the imperial palace by the emperor's edict. The bride was gone, the groom was gone, and the masters were gone. The guests naturally could not stay and freeload. Hence, the guests who had drunk a stomach full of tea and did not manage to eat anything could only take their leave. Not long later, the bustling Li Palace once again regained its tranquility. However, for some reason, the red gauze that was decorated with lanterns and colored banners seemed a little dim. Because the emperor did not summon Prince Ding and his wife into the palace, Yi Li and Imo Xiuyao, who had attended the wedding halfway, also left the Li Palace with the other guests. However, as soon as he stepped out of the Li Palace, he ran into Su Qingchen, who he had not seen for a long time. Su Qingchen had always been elusive. Even the members of the Su family might not be able to see him whenever they wanted to. After Yi Li got married, she had only seen him once on the day she returned home. She was a little surprised to run into him now. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the three of them moved to Chu Xiang Pavilion to have a meal. "What does Prince think about today's matter?" Su Qingchen took a sip of the wine in his cup and softly praised, "Everyone says that Chu Xiang Pavilion's wine and food are the best in the capital. It really lives up to its reputation." Yi Li lowered her head to eat while listening to the two's conversation. After the entire afternoon, she was really a little hungry. Brother Su's information is indeed very fast. Imo Xiuyao praised. Su Qingchen did not ask what had happened. Instead, he directly asked for Imo Xiuyao's opinion. This meant that he clearly knew what had happened in the Li Palace. Su Qingchen acted as if he did not hear his words. He softly sighed and looked at Yi Li with a little sadness. Li, why is your husband unwilling to call me big brother? Yi Li's throat choked and she forced herself to swallow. She then raised her eyes to look at Imo Xiuyao and then looked at Su Qingchen. The corner of her mouth could not help but twitch. Su Qingchen was younger than Imo Xiuyao by 3 years. It would be strange if Imo Xiuyao was able to call him that. Moreover, even if Imo Xiuyao was able to call him that, he would still have to call Su Qing's second brother and even Su Qingbai fourth brother. Imo Xiuyao handed a bowl of soup to Yi Li. He watched her drink a mouthful before turning to Su Qingchen with a faint smile. Brother Su, you're only Li's cousin. Su Qingchen smiled. I don't mind if Prince calls me eldest cousin. A sharp glint flashed across Imo Xiuyao's eyes as his lips curled up slightly. Then, this king thinks that brother Su should still remember. This one was once indebted to Mr. Qingyun for guidance in his studies. And you are Master Qingyun's grandson. I am Master Qingyun's student. Or perhaps I's grandmother seems to have the same surname as the first madam of the Su family. They were from the same family. In terms of age, they were 2 generations apart, but in terms of seniority, they were actually of the same generation. Yi Li of course understood that Su Qingchen did not have any intention of making things difficult for Imo Xiuyao. He was just joking. Yi Li took a handkerchief and lightly wiped the corner of her mouth. She smiled faintly. Big brother, when did you start caring about how you address people? If Prince really does address people the same way I do, wouldn't that make the most handsome man in the capital look old? Su Qingchen calmly swept his gaze over Imo Xiuyao and Yi Li. He saw Imo Xiuyao's natural action of handing the soup to Yi Li and a trace of satisfaction appeared in his eyes. Hearing Yi Li's words, he pretended to be displeased and glared at her. He lightly sighed. As expected, once you're married, you're siding with an outsider. Father and second uncle must be regretting agreeing to marry you off so early. The only girl of this generation of the Su family, she had become someone else's. Yi Li's beautiful face flushed a faint red. She said, Big brother, did you come here just to squeeze me? Su Qingchen shook his head. The smile on his face disappeared and he looked seriously at Imo Xiuyao. Imo Xiuyao pondered for a moment and said, Does brother Su think that there's something wrong with today's matter? Just now, Lei Tingfeng left the capital with Princess Lingyun. Su Qingchen said, they didn't even say goodbye to the emperor before leaving. Imo Xiuyao's left hand unconsciously groped for the warm jade at his waist. He frowned and said, Today's matter must have been secretly manipulated by someone, but it can't be Lei Tingfeng. The alliance with the Dechu state was something that was decided long before he came to the Dechu state. It's impossible for him to suddenly give it up. Unless something unexpected happened. Yi Li frowned and asked, Has Lei Tingfeng's power reached the point where he can act on his own accord in this kind of matter? The marriage alliance between 2 countries was definitely not a small matter, even if both countries had bad intentions. But Lei Tingfeng could break the agreement just like that. Even if Imo Jingli was in the wrong first, if word got out now, Xiling would be in the wrong. Su Qingchen smiled faintly and said, It's not Lei Tingfeng who has this power. It's his father, Genom of Gojoseon, who has this power. The emperor of Xiling is frail and sickly, and he only has a few princesses and a 7-year-old prince. Although Genom of Gojoseon does not have the title of regent in Xiling, he is the regent in reality. Then, is the marriage alliance with the Dechu state the emperor of Xiling's idea or Genom of Gojoseon's idea? Imo Xiuyao asked. Su Qingchen shook his head. Xiling and the Dechu state were old enemies. And the Su family's information was not powerful enough to infiltrate the emperor of Xiling's palace. Imo Xiuyao nodded and said, I will send someone to investigate. Yi Li felt that these 2 men were thinking too far ahead. She raised her eyes and asked, "Who let Princess Xixia into the Li Palace?" No matter how familiar Princess Xixia was with King Li, no matter how normal it was for her to enter and leave the Li Palace. She was also a princess, right? A princess came to the Li Palace on the day of King Li's wedding, but the servants did not think to report to the master. This was very illogical. Su Qingchen and Imo Xiuyao were both startled. They stared thoughtfully and then exchanged a look. Su Qingchen suddenly let out a low chuckle and sighed softly. "It seems that we have overlooked many things. These years, we are used to being free and unfettered. As expected, we are still not used to the capital." Mo Xiuyao frowned slightly. Brother Su is right. These years of seclusion, it seems that many changes have occurred in the capital that we are unaware of. I will send someone to investigate this matter. Chapter 126. Su Qingchen nodded and said, leaving it to the prince, "I am naturally at ease. I will be leaving the capital in a few days. I probably won't be able to intervene in these matters in the capital." Yili paused. "Big brother, you are leaving the capital. Returning to Yunzhou." Su Qingchen shook his head and smiled. "No, I plan to go to Nanzhao." Nanzhao. Yili didn't understand. "I remember hearing fifth brother say that big brother went to Nanzhao 2 years ago." Mo Xiuyao held his wine cup and said with furrowed brows, "You think something will happen in Nanzhao?" Su Qingchen sighed and looked at Mo Xiuyao. "I don't believe you can see it. Right now, anything can happen." As long as they waited until the Ding King's household completely declined, the various powers suppressed by the Ding King's household would take advantage of the situation and swallow up the Dechu state. No matter if it was Nanzhao, Xiling, northern tribes, or even the island countries overseas. Who didn't drool at the Dechu state's most beautiful and fertile land on the continent? But the people in power only saw the danger of the Ding King's household. On one hand, they thought of ways to suppress the Ding King's household. On the other hand, they were afraid of a second Ding King's household appearing. Generally, the Ding King's household was unwilling to support and nurture a new commander. Had they never thought about what the Dechu state would do if they lost the Ding King's household and a commander who could replace them? Or did the person sitting high on the dragon throne think he could use his methods of playing with power to be invincible on the battlefield? "Big brother, you think Nanzhao will act first?" Yili asked. Although the people of Nanzhao were valiant, they were not as good at war as the northern tribes or Xiling people. Besides, after Mo Xiuyao swept through the southern border, the present Nanzhao might not be able to fight against the Dechu state. Su Qingchen said, "Originally, it shouldn't be, but now I fear that person will act first against Nanzhao." Yili raised her brows and looked sideways at Mo Xiuyao. She saw agreement in Mo Xiuyao's calm eyes. Is that person crazy? There were already endless disputes with the northern tribes and Xiling. If they also started a war with Nanzhao, weren't they afraid that the three countries would join forces and attack them? At that time, not to mention the fact that the Dechu state did not have any capable generals, even if Mo Lanyun and Mo Lufang were to come back, the Dechu state would be in trouble. Su Qingchen sighed and said, "Although our late emperor was still young when he inherited the throne, the regent did teach him diligently. But our former emperor probably didn't have the time to teach them. It seems that the Empress Dowager taught them. When the previous emperor passed away, he was only 40 years old. Originally, he probably thought that he could live for another 20 to 30 years, so he didn't intend to nurture a successor so early to make things difficult for himself. Who knew that he would suddenly pass away? Although the Empress Dowager was known as a heroine of the generation, she was still just a woman in the harem. What she could really teach the emperor was scheming and scheming. Of course, it was also the Empress Dowager's methods that allowed Imo Jingqi to sit firmly on the throne after the previous emperor passed away. However, scheming could be used to seize power, but it could not be used to govern it. Although Imo Jingqi's goal was to become a sage, he knew in his heart that his ability to govern the country might not even be as good as his imperial father's. Therefore, he valued and was more careful about his throne. As long as there was someone who could threaten his throne, he would mercilessly eliminate them. Yili frowned and said, "But Big Brother can't do anything even if he goes. What if he encounters danger?" Looking at the two worried men in front of her, Yili couldn't help but sigh. This world was like this. Some people were racking their brains to worry about the country and the people, while others were scheming in the dark. Some people were suffering in their sobriety, while others were singing and dancing in their ignorance. Su Qingchen smiled and said, "I have some friendship with the Crown Princess of Nanzhao. I'm just going to see her." Crown Princess. Yili sighed at Su Qingchen's wide circle of friends. Mo Xiaoyao raised his cup and looked at him, saying, "Many thanks." Su Qingchen raised his cup in return, calmly saying, "No need. This is father's idea. It's not for the sake of the crown princess." The Su family would not betray the Dechu state, but the Su family was not a savior. They had no power to turn the situation around. They could only do what they could do. After sending Su Qingchen off, Yili understood that Su Qingchen had specially come to say goodbye to them. Even Mo Xiaoyao had once praised eldest uncle for being one of the smartest people in the world. It was likely that when the news of Princess Lingyun's marriage failed, eldest uncle had already predicted the future of the Dechu state. Furthermore, before anyone, including the one in the palace, could react, he had sent eldest brother to Nanjiang. If something happens to the Dechu state in the future, the Su family will not be able to escape, right? Mo Xiaoyao looked at her with a gentle gaze, softly saying, "If you mean living in seclusion, then probably not. With the strength of the Su family's character, they would not be loyal to the emperor, but they would definitely die for the Dechu state." Does Li know why the Su family, as old officials of the previous dynasty, could still enjoy a good reputation in the Dechu state for hundreds of years without decline? Yili raised her eyebrows. Mo Xiaoyao said, "During the last years of the previous dynasty, the world was in chaos. Actually, the last emperor of the previous dynasty was not a tyrant, nor was he a fatuous ruler. He had almost no shortcomings, but he was not suitable to be the emperor. The ancestors of the Su family persisted in supporting the last emperor in times of crisis. Although they were a scholarly family, at least 7 members of the Su family died on the battlefield. In the end, ancestor Mo Lanyun led an army to besiege the capital. At that time, the head of the Su family personally went to the city to supervise the battle. The army fought for 7 days and 7 nights without success. The eldest son of Emperor Taizu was greedy for military merit and rashly advanced, dying in the chaos. Emperor Taizu was furious. He ordered the soldiers to kidnap the people near the capital and kill them outside the city every day. As long as the last emperor did not surrender, he would kill 5,000 people every day. Moreover, the day the city was broken, the whole city would be slaughtered. The next day, the head of the Su family personally killed the last emperor and opened the city to surrender. The only condition was that the people near the capital and the people near it were not to be harmed. On the day the Dechu army entered the city, the head of the Su family left a letter to his ancestors, then committed suicide. On the same day, Madame Su led the 73 members of the Su family to commit suicide. Only the youngest son of the Su family, who was 13 years old at that time, was still far away in Yunzhou. He was later the prime minister of Dechu state, Su Yanli. Yili was shocked by this secret that she had never heard of before. An unspeakable sadness choked her heart. She regretted and was annoyed that she had said such frivolous words to her uncle. Perhaps she did not understand the lofty character of a scholar, but as a soldier, she understood and deeply understood the unyielding character and loyalty of a soldier. She did not dare to imagine the disappointment and sadness in her uncle's heart when she asked such a question. That was simply blasphemy and the greatest insult to the ancestors of the Sioux family and the 73 people who had committed suicide. Then, why? Yili lowered her eyebrows and asked. Mo Shouyo said, "You want to ask why it was different from what was recorded in the history books. There is no difference." Su Yanli did assist the Dechu state's emperor with all his heart. The third emperor of Dechu state was even personally taught by him. After the founding of the country, Emperor Taizu also bestowed titles and enviable titles to all the deceased members of the Sioux family. Looking at Yi Li's surprised appearance, Mo Xiaoyao calmly smiled and said, "Emperor Taizu killed too many people in his conquest of the world. He needed a benevolent reputation to stabilize the world." Chapter 127. What letter did the Sioux family's ancestor leave for Prince Ding? Yi Li asked with some hesitation. Of course, things were not as simple as Mo Xiuyo said. The great emperor would not be at ease to use a prime minister whose entire family died for the previous dynasty. Mo Xiuyo shook his head and smiled. This is not known. The ancestors seem to have given the letter to the great emperor. That letter clearly saved Su Yanli's life. Afterwards, the news of the Su family dying for the people of the capital somehow spread. In addition, the Su family had been a famous family for hundreds of years, so their reputation was naturally unparalleled. Although there were many taboos in the history of the founding of the great emperor's dynasty, many things were gradually ingrained in the hearts of the people. Even if many things were gradually forgotten, many people still inherited some things from the words of their fathers, such as the respect for the Su family. Yi Li finally understood why the Su family did not marry into the imperial family, even if they really did not hate them. But it was still undeniable that the Su family had been exterminated because of the imperial family of the Dechu state. This could also explain why the imperial family did not give up the idea of suppressing the Su family, even if the Su family had always been indifferent to fame and wealth and did not like power. What Mo Lanyun did back then was probably not as simple as what Mo Xiuyo had said. Yi Li rubbed her eyebrows with some distress and asked with some despair, "Will there definitely be a war?" "It's only a matter of time." Mo Xiuyo sighed softly. The Dechu state has suppressed the other countries for too long. Almost everyone is impatiently waiting for the Dechu state to decline. And we seem to be used to thinking that we are the strongest. In fact, if it was not for the defeat 7 years ago, even he would think so. But when he dragged his broken body and left the battlefield with his brother's ashes and the Mahist army that had lost more than half of its elites, he realized how ridiculous his pride had been. Whether it was the Western Hill or the Northern tribes, they might not be as powerful as the Dechu state, but they might not be weaker than them. The Mahist army and Black Cloud cavalry that had once swept through the world had used their hundreds of thousands of corpses to prove this point. Li, it was the Ding Palace that destroyed the Dechu state. After a long time, Mo Xiuyo finally said this in a low voice. If it wasn't for the fact that the Ding king's residence had always been too powerful, the Dechu state might have produced more famous generals and elite soldiers. If the Mahist army had not spent hundreds of years threatening the borders, the Dechu state might have been able to go further in this crisis. Yi Li was silent. She didn't know who was right and who was wrong. The Ding royal residence had loyally protected the Dechu state for hundreds of years. How many people in history could do that? Were they wrong? There was no doubt about it. Then was it the people they protected who were wrong? It wasn't that they didn't know anything. After a long time, Yi Li said in a low voice, "You are not wrong. It's the human heart that is wrong. Not every generation of emperors had the breadth of mind and courage to accept all rivers into the sea. Not every generation of emperors had the ability and magnanimity to make the four seas return to them. When the emperor no longer saw his officials as his right-hand man, but as his own threat. The excellence and achievements of his officials were more like a challenge and threat in the emperor's eyes. Hearing Yi Li's words, Mo Xiaoyao looked Yi Li in a daze for a long time. Then he said with a faint smile, "I'm sorry, Li. Did I scare you by saying this?" Yi Li calmly glanced at him. Was she someone who was so easily scared? Mo Xiaoyao shook his head. It's useless to think about this now. Li, why don't you guess how the Li Palace's matter will be resolved? Yi Li shrugged in boredom and said, how else can it be resolved? The emperor angrily killed Princess Xixia and demoted Li Wang. The emperor was persuaded by the old princes and imprisoned Princess Xixia and gave a small punishment to Prince Ding. Or Princess Xixia could marry Li Wang with a different identity. Yi Li felt that the Empress Dowager accepted Princess Xixia too quickly as a mother. Her eldest son's future concubine had a relationship with her second son. She only lightly scolded her and then started to plan to marry her. She didn't seem to consider the emperor's possible reaction. If it was a normal mother in this era, what they would do would be to kill the woman that could cause their son's brothers to fight. Which one does Li think is more likely? Mo Xiaoyao asked. Yi Li thought for a bit, the third one. She frowned. Then what happened today? Was it someone else's scheme, or someone else's scheme? It looked like she needed to re-evaluate Mo Jingli's brain, or the brains of the people behind him. Li, stay away from Mo Jingli in the future, Mo Xiaoyao reminded. Yi Li nodded absent-mindedly, her mind still thinking about the previous question, what use is the princess of Nanzhao to Mo Jingli? Mo Xiaoyao seemed to be a bit surprised. He glanced at Yi Li and said with a faint smile, she is the younger sister of the crown princess of Nanzhao. She is much more useful than Princess Lingyun. Yi Li's frown deepened. If Mo Jingli really has that kind of brain, would I be much worse than Ying? Mo Xiaoyao seemed to smile even more happily. Believe me, if Mo Jingli really has a brain, he would rather marry Princess Lingyun than marry you. Yi Li's face darkened. Was she being despised to this extent? But perhaps their wishful thinking is wrong. Mo Jingqi seems to never play his cards according to the rules. Although this emperor was not as great as he thought himself to be, the occasional attack from the side was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Thus, by the time they returned to the manor, news had already spread from the palace. Princess Xixia had died of illness. Of course, this news would only spread after a few days. After all, even if the officials and nobles already knew what was going on, they would tacitly understand. But they still had to think of a way to deceive the common people. Today, something had happened at the Li Manor, and Princess Xixia had died on the same day. As long as one was not an idiot, they would be able to connect the two events and imagine what happened. As for the Li King's marriage and Princess Lingyun, since there was no indication from the palace, everyone was happy to treat it as if it had never happened. The emperor did not appoint a marriage, and they naturally did not go to the Li Manor to send gifts. In any case, when the Li King married Princess Xixia again, they did not need to send gifts. They would just treat it as sending gifts in advance. In the palace, in the elegantly decorated and somewhat cold palace, Missouri Jingqi was recklessly venting his anger. The palace servants had long been scared out of their wits. Those who could not hide could only cower in a corner and tremble. All kinds of expensive antique paintings were smashed and torn to pieces on the ground. Tables, embroidered stools, and shelves were all kicked to the side. Noble consort Lu coldly sat on a carved couch at the side, coldly looking at the crazy man in front of her. A 7 or 8-year-old little girl in luxurious clothes was held in her arms with frightened watery eyes. She seemed to be scared stiff and did not even dare to cry out loud. Noble Consort Lu raised a hand to cover the girl's eyes, looking at the crazy man in the hall. "Your Majesty, have you caused enough trouble?" Mo Jingqi was startled. He slowly stopped and turned back to look at Noble Consort Lu's cold face. A trace of hostility flashed through his hazy eyes. Chapter 128. "Come, take the princess away," Noble Consort Lu ordered. The servants kneeling in the corner hurriedly got up as if they had been granted amnesty. They took the frightened girl from Noble Consort Lu's hands and walked out, trembling. "My dear consort, don't you want to say something?" Mo Jingqi's voice was not as loud as it usually was in court. Instead, it was full of coldness and hatred. Noble Consort Lu looked up at him. "What does your Majesty want me to say?" "You're laughing at me in your heart, aren't you?" Mo Jingqi pinched Noble Consort Lu's delicate chin and whispered in her ear. His cold breath was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. "I know, you're the same as them. No, you look down on me more than them, right? You're happy to see everyone against me, aren't you?" "Whatever your Majesty says," Noble Consort Lu said lightly. "Paw." Mo Jingqi waved his hand and slapped Noble Consort Lu's jade-like face. Immediately, several red marks appeared. Noble Consort Lu raised her head and looked at him calmly. Mo Jingqi was stunned. "Shang-er." Looking at the red marks on Noble Consort Lu's face, Mo Jingqi pitifully reached out to touch it. "Shang-er, it's my fault. I shouldn't have hit you. Does it hurt? Why didn't you listen? Why did you always go against me? Why did you always care about this and that? Why did you threaten me? I hate being threatened." The more he spoke, the more agitated Mo Jingqi became. Soon, he forgot his pity and grabbed Noble Consort Lu's shoulders with both hands, shaking and roaring. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! You've wronged Noble Consort Lu." A little maid suddenly ran out from the side hall and anxiously shouted at Mo Jingqi, "Your Majesty, please let go of Noble Consort Lu. It really has nothing to do with Noble Consort Lu." Seeing that Mo Jingqi ignored her, the little maid looked around and found an antique vase that had not been smashed. Gritting her teeth, she walked over and picked up the vase, wanting to throw it at Mo Jingqi's back. Noble Consort Lu's expression changed. She quickly pulled off a beaded flower from her hair and threw it at the little maid. With a crack, the vase fell to the ground and made a crisp sound. The originally crazy Mo Jingqi suddenly froze as though he had been startled awake. The little palace maid was so scared that her face turned pale, and she knelt on the ground with a plop. When she picked up the vase, her mind was blank and she didn't have time to think. Now that he had sobered up, he remembered what would have happened if he had really smashed it down. Mo Jingqi had obviously calmed down. He glanced at the little palace maid not far behind him, slowly letting go of Noble Consort Lu and standing up. As soon as he got up, Noble Consort Lu sat up again. She was still solemn and indifferent. If it weren't for the red mark on her face, people would think that nothing had happened. "Shang-er, take a rest first. I'll ask someone to change your things later." Mo Jingqi only glanced at Noble Consort Lu, then quickly turned around and kicked away the little palace maid kneeling in front of him. He quickly turned around and left. Noble Consort Lu stared at the figure that flew away. A trace of resentment and mockery flashed through her cold eyes. Nyang nyang. The messy palace hall was silent. After a long time, the young palace maid kneeling on the ground carefully called out. Noble Consort Lu's face had returned to its usual calmness, as though nothing had happened. She said indifferently, get up. What happened in the Li Palace today? Mo Jingqi wouldn't go crazy for no reason. Today was the day of King Li's marriage. There was nothing important. Although Prince Ding's marriage had made him a little anxious recently, he wouldn't suddenly explode. So something unexpected must have happened today. The little palace maid thanked her and got up. She walked to noble consort Lu's side and whispered, "The Empress Dowager went to the Li Palace in a hurry, and then the Emperor summoned King Li, Princess Consort Li, and Consort Xian Zhao to the palace." After King Li left, the Emperor immediately came to see Nyang Nyang. "I didn't have time to report this." Noble consort Lu frowned. "Summoned King Li to the palace. What about King Li's wedding?" The little palace maid said, "This is what I wanted to report to Nyang Nyang. The wedding has been cancelled." It said that Crown Prince Genom of Gojoseon of Xiling took the Princess of Xiling and left in a rage. It seems that something happened in the Li Palace, where the womenfolk are resting. Noble consort Lu frowned and waved her hand. "Send a letter back and ask mother to come to the palace as soon as possible." Even if she was favored, she was always slow to get news from outside the palace. "Yes, Nyang 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 Nyang. Nyang Nyang, the Emperor." Noble consort Lu curved her lips and smiled coldly. "It's nothing. He was probably bullied by the Empress Dowager. We'll find a way to help him vent his anger." The little palace maid pursed her lips and smiled. Nyang Nyang knows the Emperor best. But the old master sent a message to Nyang Nyang, asking Nyang Nyang to be careful of the Empress Dowager. After all, the Empress Dowager was a woman who fought her way out of the noble concubines of the late emperor. Not only did she give birth to 2 sons, but she also defeated those women and princes and helped her son become the emperor. The Empress Dowager was definitely not a woman who could be easily dealt with. Noble consort Lu said lightly, "I know. The Empress Dowager is indeed powerful, but I'm not weak either." The Empress Dowager was indeed smart and powerful. But her biggest mistake was that she never understood what her son was thinking. Did she really think that Mo Jingqi was the only one who couldn't stand her desire to control everything? As long as a man had ambition, he wouldn't be able to stand it. It was just that some people didn't want to, while others couldn't. In the Ding Palace, in the secret training ground in the depths of the Ding Palace, Yi Li's face darkened as she stared at Qing Wan and Ah Jin, who were using Qinggong to fly around in front of her. Qing Shuang, whose Qinggong was also not good, hid in a corner and laughed secretly. Even Mo Xiaoyao, who was sitting by the side, couldn't help but smile. Yi Li really didn't understand. With her body's coordination, balance, and other qualities, and according to Mo Xiaoyao, she had a good physique for practicing martial arts. Why couldn't she learn Qinggong? She could use the plum blossom pile as if she was walking on flat ground. She had even mastered internal energy, which was a mysterious thing in the eyes of modern people. Why couldn't she fly? Luckily, Mo Xiaoyao had found a set of Qinggong that was said to be suitable for women. Now, even Qing Shuang had learned it well, but she didn't feel anything. In fact, if it was a real battle, Yi Li didn't think there was much difference whether she knew Qinggong or not. Anyway, she didn't feel any pressure moving up and down a wall that was more than 10 feet high. She didn't think that people with good Qinggong could do better than her when it came to hiding. If it was a real close combat, Qinggong wouldn't be of much use. But, wasn't it the dream of every martial artist in China to be able to move around freely? Since it really existed, based on the principle of having more skills, why didn't she learn it? "Li, what are you thinking about?" Seeing Yi Li's rare irritation, Mo Xiaoyao was very gentlemanly and didn't laugh at her. But from the light in his eyes, she knew that it wasn't that he didn't want to laugh. He just didn't want to laugh. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.